Can you hear me? Yeah.
We have 27 present, 1 vacant, and 2 absent.
No, it is working. Trouble, let me know. Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Will you please stand for a pledge of allegiance? Supervisor Jones, would you lead us tonight?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You have just a moment of silence to think about this, Nate. And what I would like you to also to think about right at this point is one of our former supervisors passed away, Supervisor Harold Bachman, who I served with on this board. He was town chair of Jefferson and served us on this board for a number of years. He was a World War II veteran, served in the Navy in the South Pacific during World War II, and also went back and re-enlisted and served in the Korean War as well. So we missed good patriots like that. So just think about Harold and the work that he did for us as a country, and let's just take a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. We have a long meeting tonight, so we shall get started. We're in compliance with open meetings law.
We are, Mr. Chair.
Before we have approval of agenda here, I'd like to know how many people, not counting supervisor, how many people in this room are here concerning the zoning issue? Could you raise your hand? And how many people are here concerning the JDA? Okay. The reason I asked that for approval of the agenda, I would like to entertain the idea that since there's so many people here for this zoning issue, that we possibly bring the zoning issue up to the front, take item 14 and move it up right after the annual reports. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
So those folks can leave, because this rest of this meeting may drag on for quite a while. So let's do that, if that's okay. Can I have a motion to that effect?
Awesome.
Supervisor Renard, who is the second?
Second.
Supervisor Paulson. Any discussion? All in favor of that agenda change, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Did we get everybody? Yep, okay. Thank you. All right. So that change is noted here. Communications.
On approval of the minutes?
Oh, I'm sorry, Beth. Thank you. Can we have approval of minutes? Supervisor Renard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to make one small correction on the minutes at the bottom, towards the bottom of page 2, where it says Zastro moved to postpone action on ordinance number 2021-01 until the May, that should be 11th, 2021 county board meeting instead of May 8th.
Oh, okay.
And with acceptance of that correction, I will move approval of the minutes as corrected.
Second by Supervisor Schultz. Any other questions, additions, subtractions? All in favor of approval of minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Just for the board's understanding tonight, what I'm realizing with the Zoom is there's a delay there. So I'm sorry, Kirk, sometimes I move on before I can hear you say aye. And there's a delay there. And so I'm going to try to make sure I try to slow things down if I can.
Thank you.
It's just difficult. Plus, I'm in a situation till tonight where I could never see who's on Zoom. It's the first night I'm able to see it. So thank you. All right. Now we move to communications. Madam Clerk.
The first thing is the appointment by the county board chair and confirmation by the board of Carl Zarling for supervisory district number 4.
Carl, could you please stand up and introduce yourself? And that now's a good chance to get used to using the mic.
Yeah, okay. Carl Zarling, Watertown resident, stepping in for Augie Teets, who was a good old fellow who lived half a block from me, and I'd blow his snow once in a while. So here I am. Good to meet y'all.
Thank you for accepting.
Okay, next, I will swear you in.
Mr. Chair, we should do a confirmation vote, please, of the appointment.
We need a confirmation vote. We need a Supervisor Brogler. Do I have a second? Supervisor Schultz. Well, let's make another Watertown. So Supervisor Winnicky as a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of Mr. Zarling taking the District 4 seat, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. Welcome, Mr. Zarling.
Now I'll swear you in. Okay, if you could raise your right hand, please. I state your name,
Carl Zarling,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of
and
Wisconsin,
the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties
and will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties
of the office of County Board Supervisor, District 4,
the office of County Board Supervisor, District 4,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Always like to bring people in on busy, controversial meetings. That's
Thank you for that.
And then the last communication is just the treasurer's report, which is on this buff colored paper. That is it.
okay. Item number 8, special order of business. Supervisor Fitzgerald.
Hello, I'm happy tonight to be here to introduce to you our new Fort Atkinson City Manager. And I know as a group, we do welcome and appreciate working with all the towns and cities and municipalities in the counties. So that was kind of one of the reasons we wanted to bring her tonight, just so you could kind of put a face to a name. And I know Rebecca as well is very interested in working with the county as a whole, not just the city of Fort Atkinson. Little tidbit of information, her and Ben actually went to graduate school together, so there's already a little bit of working relationship between the two of them. So I think that's really wonderful. We're very lucky, I think, to have her in the county. She is bright, experienced, very energetic, enthused to be here. We'll shortly be moving her family to Fort Atkinson, so we're very happy to have her here. So I'll pass over the microphone. I know we have a busy meeting, but I think it's important just to give her a couple minutes anyways, just to introduce herself. So if you can welcome Rebecca Lemire, the new Fort Atkinson City Manager.
Well, thank you for that great introduction. I don't know what else I can say here. So I was hired as city manager of the city of Fort Atkinson back in December, and I started in February. So I've been here about 10 weeks. It's been a great 10 weeks so far. I'm looking forward to continuing my tenure here. It feels like it's a great fit so far. Prior to this position, I was in the village of Darien as the administrator, clerk, treasurer. And then prior to that, I was in Beloit for 8 years as city clerk and a city planner. So I have a lot of experiences in a lot of different areas of local government. So I'm excited to bring all of that to Fort Atkinson. I did want to take this opportunity to thank the county board and the county administrator for commissioning that housing study. That was a great thing for the county in general and the local governments to understand the depth of the issue, the housing issue here in Jefferson County. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to take a moment to thank you all for the donation-ish of the CDBG close funds that's really going to help the city with one of our water utility projects. So I wanted to take a moment and thank you all for that as well. So as Joan mentioned, I'm moving my family here. I have 3 little ones, and they are 7, 5, and almost 3. So we're excited to join the community and the school district, and start our new adventure here. So there's a lot of great things happening in Fort Atkinson. I won't go into all of those. I know you have quite a lot to discuss tonight, but you can find me, my email address on the website or my phone number on the city's website, and I'd be happy to hear from any and all of you if you have any issues that I can help with. So thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you, and good luck. Which brings us to public comment. I have 30 people sign up for public comment here. We have 20 people sign up for public comment here. We have a 30-minute period for this. So that essentially gives each person 1.5 minutes. So, and I want to try to compress these into the 2 different agenda items here. So there's one group that's here for the LNG and one person here and one group here for the rezoning. So I'll start with the rezoning first here. John Mering. Please, and we want everybody to come up to the microphone. Please state your name and address for the record.
Can everybody hear me? Good evening. My name is John Mering. My family back there, Michelle, my son Mitchell, my daughter Michaela, her fiance Eugene, are here. We own Palmyra Storage in the village of Palmyra. We started uptown. We completely filled up that parcel. We moved out to Highway H about 1.5 years ago. What we did is uptown, our doors are burgundy. They're very loud. When we moved out into the country, we thought by toning it down, we'd have earth tone colors, so on and so forth, to try to blend in with the neighborhood. We've been putting up storage units in the last 1.5 years. Since then, we've applied for, we're working on the north end. We're going into the middle right now. We are doing the climate control, and we'd like to do the venue area in the center, working our way to the south. The venue area is going to be in the old industrial buildings. The name of it's going to be called Forever Young, because of Young Foundation. This was his factory that he was building in. What we're all here about is going to the south, is the 3 lots. It's a wooded area. First of all, everybody that, named us on Facebook and everything like that, this is industrial land. It's not agricultural. So the fact that 3 houses can't go there doesn't mean nothing's going to happen. A building could go up 10 feet off the lot line.
Time. Eugene Swino.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eugene Swino, 517 West Wilson Street in the town of Palmyra. The reason I'm speaking tonight is I wanted to speak in support of John and Michelle Mering. The amount of good that they've done for our community is absolutely remarkable. What they've done over the years is they've taken many eyesores in our community and turned them into beautiful new properties with new life and new purpose. To name a few, the house next to the church that I grew up in on St. Matthew's Lutheran Church, Main Street, had been falling apart and had been an eyesore in our community. Recently, a couple years ago, they fixed that up, repurposed it. Beautiful new home with the young family. There's another building on the corner of 59 that had been falling apart, had a roof caved in. They recently put a roof on that and we'll be fixing that up. Highway 59 is a major building in our town that everybody goes past when they go through our town. The Masonic Lodge in town had, they repurposed that, built beautiful new apartments in that building that, quite frankly, you can't find in Palmyra. So the beautiful new apartments there. The bowling alley on the corner of town, had been fixed up, reopened. That had been closed for years. And most recently, they want to build a house for their son to keep another generation of Merings in town to do more good for the community. Other than that, I would like to say that I think we're very lucky that the Merings call Palmyra their home. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dave Hill. Dave Hill.
Hi, my name's Dave Hill. I live at N205 County Road H, which is right across the street from John's property that he's been working on. He's come over several times to explain to me what's going on, what he wants to do, how he tries to improve what's going on, got rid of a eyesore of the old building, got rid of asbestos in the building, all at a cost to him. He's right. It's an industrial property. If his zoning doesn't go through for the houses, he can build more storage lockers, which will be right directly across from my house, which that's what I'll look at all the time. If he builds houses, they'll be up in the tree line that's there. I won't see those houses at all. Be a driveway there, which isn't a bad thing. Out where I am, we've got no internet, no natural gas, any of those things there for us to deal with. Be nice to have a few more people that we could split those costs and bring some of those utilities in line with the rest of everybody else that's out there. That's all I got.
Thank you. Is it Irene Blaskowski? We'll just move along here. Everyone's going to get their chance. Jim Rowland.
Which microphone?
Right there, sir.
Right, the one off. My name is Jim Rowland. I live on Blue Spring Lake Management District on the B lots, not on the lake. And my backyard is all oak forest and part of the Kettle Moraine State Forest. People use the trails in the back a lot. And they also wander off the trails and go in property that's private. That's been going on for years. One of the nicest things that I've noticed since I've been out here for the last 15 years is that the property that the Marings are developing used to look like something out of Deliverance. It was an eyesore. It was terrible. It still is a little bit rough in some spots, but it's coming together very nicely. This community has been sitting on their hands for so long, it's about time somebody wakes up, does something good that makes this place look good to people that are tourists and people that might want to move in the area. There's been fights constantly between the town and the village regarding significantly ridiculous issues, and it's time to stop it.
Thank you. We have Paul Martorell on Zoom. What do I have?
No, he just needs to unmute.
He's muted. Mr. Martorell, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, it's just, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm actually going to speak against the mayor proposal. Jefferson County has the 2012 document, the farmland preservation land using and approach. And this property falls into the environmental corridor next to the Kettle Moraine. And, you know, your document site asks to discourage development in areas that possess valuable natural resource characteristics and wildlife habitats, of which this is. The Bald Bluff and the Kettle Moraine and the state natural area are part of the economic and natural rural identity of your community, and would be constituted as a valuable natural resource. I believe that I've worried that building 3 homes right next to the Bald Bluff parking lot could affect, you know, the habitat as described in your document. And one key thing is they do prescribe burns there on the SNA area, and you know, it's really been critical to preserving the oak forest and savanna and habitat. And on a day when there's like a wind out of the south, that could really limit their ability to
Time.
do those regular burns.
Winona Broadset.
I'm Winona Bradsett. I live at N2437 Bradsett Lane in the town of, it's a Jefferson address, but in the town of Palmyra. I'm Supervisor 1 on the Town of Palmyra Board of Supervisors, and I am speaking on behalf of the town tonight. The first thing I would like to correct is that be sure that you're not confused about the difference between the town and the village. And one of the prior speakers referred to building in the town and, improving things in the town. I think he was actually referring to the village. That's not the town. We're two separate entities. The rezone we're talking about tonight is in the town of Palmyra. And I think you've heard from a lot of citizens. You've had emails and you've had letters from them. You got a letter from me trying to lay this out, and I want to point out that from the get-go, this whole proposal has kind of fallen through the cracks. It's really in opposition to our recently adopted land use and our land use plan and goals. And in the past, and even now, I'm as a Jefferson County resident, I'm always proud and appreciative of the commitment that you as a board have made in creating and crafting and adopting the comprehensive plan and agricultural preservation and land use plan. And your efforts have created a framework for orderly and sensible development while assuring that our most valuable natural resources, our farmland. Thank you.
Doris Manthe.
Hi, I'm Doris Manthe. I live at North 9338 Knutson Drive, Whitewater. I am opposed to the rezoning of the Mering residence. This property is an old site of Young Engineering Snow Company, Snow Valley plant built in 1950. This industrial site helped build Irvin Young build his legacy in our community. He set up a foundation in his name early in a career. The site was listed in the Wisconsin Architect and History Inventory. His foundation owned many acres in the town of Palmyra in sections 32, 33, 34 for 1970 town of Palmyra plat map, much of which is preserved as natural areas. In the last years of his life, he devoted much of his time in creating a center of meditation for people of all faiths just outside Palmyra. The proposal of A3 Agricultural Rural Residential District is to allow limited rural residential development on lands predominantly agricultural areas that are not suited for agricultural production or due to the location would have limited impact on agricultural production. This property is not in a predominantly agricultural area. When you observe the area from Bald Bluff Scenic Overlook to the west, there are 3 farm fields and there's also 1 house. The property around this is predominantly natural resources. The Kettle Marine State Forest South Unit, state natural areas, natural conservancies, bike trails, National Ice Age Trail, horse trails are all in the proximate area. Bald Bluff is adjacent to the south side of this property, once owned by the Irvin L. Young Foundation. Can I have a copy?
Andrew Whitney.
Hi, my name's Andrew Whitney. I live at N6648 County Line Road, Whitewater, Wisconsin. I am the coordinator of the Walworth Jefferson County chapter. I am also the hike leader of Wednesday weekly hikes. And the Bald Bluff is one of the most popular destinations to hike. Bald Bluff is a major attraction for tourism, for tourists visiting our area. It is even mentioned in popular books about Wisconsin. I'd like to read a paragraph. unusual land formations likely come with the territory around glacier formed areas called kettles, kettle moraines in southern Wisconsin around called kettles. I'm nervous. Ultimate with ridges and moraines of former landscape unique to this area. The kettles were considered sacred spaces by the woodland tribes that inhabited the territory before the settlers came. And one of the
Time. Bonnie Nominson.
I think you put it in your, okay. My name is Bonnie Nominson. I'm a resident of the town of Palmyra. My dad was born and raised in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. When I was a child, we would go to Elkhorn to visit my grandmother. My dad would always take us, my 2 brothers and 2 sisters, on a hike in the Kettle Moraine National Forest. He was a biology teacher as well as a physical education teacher and coach. He taught us how to identify flowers, trees, birds, and appreciate nature. My family moved here in 1994. It had been quite a while since I had hiked in this area. I was absolutely amazed at all the wonderful, beautiful, well-maintained trails here in the southern Kettle Moraine. I joined the Walworth Jefferson County Ice Age chapter, and I hike with the 2 local hiking groups that hike twice a week. And I'm learning even more. My husband and I adopted a section of the Ice Age Trail from Bluff Road to Tamarack, which includes Bald Bluff and Stone Elephant. I can't tell you the number of volunteers we have put in to maintain this beautiful section of trail and to educate others. And the historical background is so interesting. I hike with my grandchildren, my sisters and brothers and their families, my friends. I've guided hikes for grade school class trips. I hope to continue to educate everyone to have a love for nature and area history. Of course, we love stopping by at the local restaurants and ice cream shops in the area after our hikes. I love the drive on County Highway H from Highway 12 north to Palmyra. Such a beautiful forest with an absolutely great Ice Age terrain. So many hills, kettles, oak forests, pine trees, so many native plants. But recently that has changed dramatically just north of Bald Bluff.
Time.
Yeah, I'm including.
David Nominson. David Nominson? Oh, there. Okay.
Thank you. David Nominson, also a resident of the town of Palmyra. This isn't just state forest. This is a state natural area. So as I hope most of you know, state natural areas protect outstanding examples of Wisconsin native landscape, of natural communities, significant geological formations, and archaeological sites. In other words, it's entitled to a higher level of legal protection. Now, what difference does it make? It's zoned industrial right now. They want to have it rezoned to A3 for essentially residential purposes. If you are fortunate enough to live right next to a state forest, it becomes part of your backyard. Wonderful. If it's industrial, then you go to the place of business, you work there, you check out at 5 o'clock, you go home. Or you take care of business and you go home. Not if you live there. It becomes part of your backyard. Why is this important? Well, I'll give you a quick example. When I was a volunteer, I used to take shortcuts back there. Why? Because I knew somebody who was fortunate enough to be right next to it. So I could get to my job site quickly. Next spring, what happens? Where is all this garlic mustard coming from? And I realized at that point in time, I was part of the problem. I was out there tromping around in the forest and I was spreading probably one of the pernicious invasive species that there is. So leave it industrial.
Time.
Thank you.
Next one. The penmanship's tough, so I might butcher this name, but Peter Deverkop? I don't know if that's it. I'll just pronounce it.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Pete Durkop. I'm a Jefferson County resident, 4166 West Water Street in Sullivan. Commend the Marings on some of their previous activities, as the other person mentioned, as far as beautifying the surrounding area. However, this rezoning effort is totally against the zoning plan and the farm use preservation plan. The environmental corridor overlay is not a frivolous designation. It's something that has taken a lot of thought by specialists, experts, county staff have put a lot of time into this plan, and it's not a designation that's been made lightly. That designation exists. It's an overlay regardless of whether it's A, I, or anything else. That designation doesn't go away with the change of a letter. So, you know, this parcel has this overlay regardless of what the zoning is, you know, and this is not just any environmental corridor within Jefferson County. It is adjacent to a very important landmark, the landmark of Bald Bluff, something that has had importance in this area since First Peoples pre-European settlement. The surrounding area is used by area-sensitive forest interior birds, things that would be negatively impacted by holes in the canopy created from housing. And frankly, buyer beware. This is not a new overlay. The environmental corridor was there when the property was purchased. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, regardless of how it's owned.
And I have Beth Kutka.
Hi, I'm Beth Kutka. I live at W374 South 8210 County Road N in Eagle. I have no prepared remarks and I am very nervous. I know the Marings because I had both of their children in my fourth grade classroom, and they were always extremely lovely to me. Hi. But I am here to speak on behalf of the birds. Okay, I am a bird lover, and interior birds are species such as a wide variety of warblers, tanagers, phoebes, peewees, thrushes, wood thrushes, hermit thrushes, Swainson thrushes, all kinds of birds, and they need unbroken, as much as possible, forest, interior forest, which was mentioned before. So I just want to see habitats left intact. That's it.
Thank you, Beth. And you did just fine. If you can stand up in front of fourth graders, you can stand up in front of this group anytime. That's all I have at this point for the rezoning. We'll go to the LNG issue now. I will start with Carl Yeager.
Good evening. My name is Carl Yeager. I'm a lifelong resident of the town of Ixonia, born and raised here and raised my family in Ixonia. I have served my community as town supervisor for over 28 years and served on the town of Ixonia fire as a fireman and EMT. I also currently serve Jefferson County as a civil service commissioner for Sheriff Milbroth. My roots are very deep in this community. The proposed We Energies LNG facility will be southeast of my home on Triangle Road. I will see the facility every time I drive to Ixonia. Will it bother me? No, it will not. I'm here tonight to support the Joint Developers Agreement before you. The Ixonia Town Board unanimously approved the JDA as presented at our April meeting. We had discussions and allowed the public to speak about the agreement. The minutes of the town board meeting reflect the comments made by a few of the residents living close to the proposed facility. Supervisor Renard was present at the meeting. She pointed out a few items she had added to the agreement that were of substance. but now Supervisor Renard is playing the game of wanting to add more items to this JDA. This facility is being constructed in the town of Ixonia, and yet Supervisor Renard does not speak to the town board about her issues or additional concerns. We Energies has addressed every issue the town board has brought to them. They have brought materials, answered questions, and willingly worked with us. Supervisor Renard is not representing the majority of residents in the town of Ixonia.
Time. Mike Hissed?
Try Higgett.
Higgett. There we go.
Mike Higgins, 1408 Meadowbrook Drive, Watertown, Wisconsin. Been a resident around in Ixonia even for all of my life. I just want to take a quick minute to say I am in support of this JDA as proposed. And I also want to say thank you to We Energies for proposing this project and bringing it forward. The men and women that will be fed off of this project is amazing and a great opportunity for our community. Thank you.
Janine Griebenow.
Good evening. My name is Janine Griebenow, and I live at N9235 Green Valley Road. I am a member of the Griebenow family, and we are the owners of the land being considered for the We Energies LNG project. Thank you to the Jefferson County Board for allowing me to speak tonight. The Griebenow family would like to thank everyone involved in drafting the joint developers agreement. The document is very thorough and well written. This document was not rushed. In fact, the JDA was on the agenda for 5 Jefferson County Executive Committee meetings with public comment allowed at every meeting. The public also had ample opportunity to comment on the JDA at the town of Ixonia level before it even reached the county. I looked back at our conditional use permit, which was approved by the Jefferson County Planning and Zoning Committee on 11/11. There are several items that are instructed to be in the JDA. They are all there. Sureties are on pages 9 through 11. Highway access is on pages 8 and 9. Lighting is on page 13. The CUP also states that no additional requirements are needed in the JDA for the following items: landscaping, architectural design, type of construction, construction commencement and completion dates, fencing, screening, other than the 6-foot evergreen and shade trees as proposed.
Time.
Thank you.
Joe Griebenow. Griebenow.
Good evening. My name is Joel Griebenow. I live at W1159 Gopher Hill Road, Watertown. I want to thank the county board for letting me speak on having this opportunity to speak today on this project. We want to thank the town of Ixonia and the fire department for providing a calm and rational leadership necessary for this process. On behalf of our family, I want to thank the county board for your time listening to the facts on this project. Our family has lived in this township for 125 years, and we farmed these fields and been a taxpayer on them for 75. We should have the right to sell our land to a legitimate project that has proven there is a need for. To the Board of Supervisors, it is your responsibility as representatives to the county to represent the county's best interest. Griebenows are residents and taxpayers of this county, and we've been very patient as this process has dragged out. We expect that you will finalize this agreement tonight. My house is adjacent to this project site, and my family will continue to live here after the new facility is built. We look forward to working with our new neighbors, We Energies, and continue to farm the land for years to come. Thank you.
Jennifer Zerer.
My name is Jennifer Zier with We Energies. I'm before you this evening regarding the joint development agreement for the LNG gas facility we are proposing to build in Ixonia. This storage facility is a critical part of our efforts to make sure that our customers, including residents of Jefferson County, have heat in their homes on the coldest days of the year. As a regulated utility, it is our obligation to make sure that Wisconsin does not experience the same dangerous conditions that Texas did this past February. As you know, the disruptions to the natural gas delivery system resulted in extensive damage and left residents freezing in their homes because they did not have access to natural gas heat in frigid temperatures. This facility is exactly the type of infrastructure we need to ensure reliability during very difficult operating conditions. In September, through discussions with the town of Ixonia, a draft JDA was developed and posted on the town's website. In November, the JDA was introduced to the county and sent to the executive committee. We have attended executive committee meetings in November, December, January, February, and March. Public comments have been taken at every meeting along the way. During the first 3 months of this year, we worked diligently with the executive committee, supervisors, and staff to make changes to the agreement consistent with those discussions. On March 31st, the executive committee voted 4-1 to recommend approval of this JDA. On April 12th, the town of Ixonia approved the revised JDA. The town, county, and We Energies came to the table in good faith over several months.
Time.
Please vote for it. Thank you.
I have Joe Zilke on Zoom. Joe Zilke on Zoom. You still there? Yeah. Okay. Joel, if you're still there, you're up, and please unmute yourself. Mr. Zilke, please unmute yourself.
All right, go ahead.
Now we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Joel Zilke, and I represent the 2,700 steam fitters living and working in southeast Wisconsin, and specifically the 120 of our members that live in Jefferson County. I want to voice my support for the We Energies liquefied natural gas storage facility proposed for Ixonia. The truth is that this project is going to help stabilize the supply of natural gas in our part of the state, which has a growing need for this fuel source. We need to meet the demand to keep our homes and businesses warm, powered, and safe. There's already over 100 of these plants operating in the U.S., and in fact, there's been one in operation in Oak Creek for over 50 years that was built and is maintained by our steam fitters who have extensive training on building these types of facilities. Customers are going to save money by We Energies being able to buy the natural gas in off-peak months to be used later in winter. Plus, Jefferson County and Ixonia are going to be getting an additional source of revenue. So please give your approval to this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Victor Carolinas. Victor Carolinas.
Good evening. My name is Victor Carolinas, and I live at West 262 Hillendale Drive in the town of Ixonia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm asking you not to approve the JDA tonight. I do not feel that the JDA adequately protects the citizens of Ixonia and Jefferson County in the event of a gas leak, systems failure, or most of all, a catastrophic emergency situation. The JDA on page 14, number 8, indicates that the utility shall prepare and submit a plan detailing potential emergencies prior to the start of construction where the fire and EMS responses would be required. My question and concern is, why wait? It's our safety. We Energies has been through this on previous occasions. They must have some idea what a plan would look like. Why can't we see it? So again, I ask that you vote no on the JDA tonight, and thank you for your time and commitment on this matter.
Diane Pisano.
Thank you. My name is Diane Pasno. I would like to urge the Jefferson County Board of Supervisors to not approve the Joint Developers Agreement tonight until such time as the document addresses some significant inadequacies regarding safety and emergency plans, specifically Section 8 of the agreement. The current document states that an emergency plan will be developed, but only speaks in very general terms about the development of this plan. The only language that specifically speaks to citizen safety says the plan will include notification methods to neighbors. It fails to address evacuation plans or assembly areas for citizens, nor how to protect the young children who attend school at Exonia Elementary School. How will this plan address the cognitively disabled residents of the 2 CBRFs located within a half mile of this LNG plant? In my letter to all supervisors, I provided a ridiculously basic emergency plan that would meet the language of the JDA, but fails terribly fails to adequately protect the citizens of Exonia. We all would like to believe that We Energies will do what is in the best interest of everyone and everyone's safety, but not all large corporations can be trusted to do so without sufficient legal requirements, as we have all experienced recently with the Enbridge pipeline leak. I ask you to take the action that will properly protect the safety of our families, our school, our properties, and our well-being. I urge you to consider modifying portions of the JDA so as to address specific safety and emergency plan language before voting to approve this JDA. Please give the citizens of Exonia greater peace of mind regarding how to protect our families. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Tiffany Carey on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I just want to paint the picture of this. So this is going to be a 150-foot tall, 150-foot wide building that's going to tower over many houses in Exonia. Now, I'm not here to specifically say, don't pass this JDA ever. All I want for you to do is to help protect neighboring landowners. So there's a few things. People are talking about safety, and we want that. And also, some people who live near this property are asking to be included in the $5,000 amount of money that is being given to neighbors. So that was there was basically a clause put into the agreement to give $5,000 to neighbors to put in buffers so that we don't have to look at this thing out of our window, because this is going to be towering over our property, and no amount of screening on the property line is going to protect our property values. So the very least that we can have is just a few trees that can protect us so that we don't have to look at it out of every window. So basically the current JDA has houses on two sides of the property, but is missing some of the other houses that are just as close as those houses. At the April 12th meeting in Exonia, We Energies agreed to add one house on Gopher Hill because that man was there and specifically asked for that, but it wasn't even put into the current version of the JDA. My house property line shares a property line with this, and they specifically excluded that property line, which doesn't make any sense. That house that was added is further away from mine. And there is 8 houses in a block. So we're just adding. Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. And that ends our public comment period. And that moves us on to item number 10, annual reports from our district attorney, Monica Hall.
Didn't we?
Hello, everyone. In an effort to keep everything moving, I will also try to keep things short. I'm your newly elected district attorney. I took office in July when I was appointed by the governor, but now officially in January. Susan Happ is now at the Attorney General's office, if you're wondering what happened to her. Perhaps the biggest change to our office, in addition to COVID and all of the crazy things that that brought our way, is that we did add a district attorney or assistant district attorney to our staff. Garrett Johnson joined us after I became the district attorney. Michael Witt, who formerly was a defense attorney in town, also now has joined our staff. Budgetary, from the county perspective, impact is minimal because the addition of a assistant district attorney is actually a state employee. We did a lot of business this year. Law enforcement seemed to have, on average, made more arrests, more referrals. They felt it, as did we. But looking at the numbers, it looks like we've been resolving cases even faster than we have in the past, perhaps due to better access due to Zoom. I don't know. There's a little bit of a backlog of cases due to jury trials not really going during the course of the last year, but that plug is starting to move through the system as we have resumed jury trials and the judges have had them set almost continuously. At least it seems that way. Does anybody have any specific questions? Thanks for the time.
Thank you. That's a brief talk for an attorney. Economic development. Vicki Pratt.
Man, you set the bar pretty high. I don't know I'm going to be able to breeze through that. Good evening. I'm Vicki Pratt. I am the Executive Director of Jefferson County Economic Development Coalition, and certainly have many of the members of the consortium here tonight. And I understand that Mr. Zarling is possibly going to be joining us as well. So that's it. I've heard that too. So welcome. So you should have copies of the annual report, and certainly feel free to reach out and ask us any questions. As you notice, there are two different timeframes that are covered because we do an annual meeting for Thrive Economic Development / JCEDC in October of every year. So everything related to the very specific economic development initiatives that we undertake, that time frame is 9/1 through 8/31, and then everything that we have done related to the home buyer program is actually calendar year 2020. So I'm going to just run through this really quickly. Our focus areas: workforce development, business development, branding, marketing, communications, to attract business investment and to retain business investment. We had a really busy pipeline in 2020. As a matter of fact, we had the busiest year ever. I am coming into my 5th year here. We had more projects in the pipeline in 2020 than we'd had in any given year since we created the organization. The vast majority of those projects are manufacturing, and if you do the subset under that, the vast majority are food and beverage processing. And we're continuing. I can tell you 2021 has not slowed down. So we're seeing a lot of activity. I think there's tremendous pent-up demand. One of the things we do is we work with our municipalities to help them compete for and win new business investments as well. We've been spending a lot of time with our municipalities, helping them with everything that might be project specific, to TID assistance, to helping them with land assembly for industrial growth, helping them understand how to put together revolving loan funds, what that work might entail. All of those types of activities that we should be doing as the professional economic development service for the county. 2020, again, a very unique year. Our focus has never been forward-facing retail. That's not what we do. But March 17th, 2020, all non-essential businesses were told to close their doors. By the 1st of April, we launched something called a Back to Business program. We worked very closely with the Small Business Development Center out of UW-Whitewater and launched that program, and we served 120 businesses in about 10 weeks. It was crazy, but it was great. And a lot of it was just helping people understand these are the resources that the feds are putting out, these are the resources that the state is putting out, but also getting inside a lot of these businesses to help them understand what taking that money might mean for them. Are they really in a position to take money that could turn into a loan for them? Can their business support that? Helping them figure out how they can still make sales if they can't open their doors. So You know, for 30 years I've been doing this work and never took a class once that said, and this is what you do when all your businesses are forced to close. So, I was like, wow, yeah. Existing business visits. Well, many businesses were closed last year, and it was very hard to get into a lot of our food and beverage processors. We still did manage to do 45 existing business visits. This is probably the single most important thing you do on the attraction side of the house, because any business that is currently not doing business in your community but thinking about it is going to reach out to the existing businesses and ask them what it's really like to be in business and do business in that community. If you're not out there talking to your existing businesses on a regular basis, you have no idea what they're going to say. And of course, on the flip side, it gives us the opportunity to find resources to help those businesses overcome whatever their barriers or concerns are in order to stay and grow in place. So the thing everybody cares about, on page 9 of the report, you'll see our announced wins for the previous year, and we had 5 wins in Jefferson County. You'll see a picture there of one of them, Fire Services, Inc., which is a new to Wisconsin business headquartered out of the Indianapolis area. We worked with them for about 6 months, a very specific geographic need and a very specific building need that was not easy to find, but we found it and we got him here, and we're happy that he's here. I know that our website work has been doing a tremendous job, because 85% of our projects in our pipeline, our opportunities in our pipeline, came directly from the customer. So we are getting the word out about Jefferson County as a great place to do business and to be in business. And the last page of the report is our home buyer program and home rehab program data. So this is calendar year 2020. Just to give you that very brief overview. We provided counseling to 70 different families. Not all of those families actually went forward to purchase homes, but 37 of them did. These homes had an average purchase price of $148,135 last year. We helped them with the different programs they can get, down payment assistance. We brought into Jefferson County, in terms of down payment assistance, $260,000 worth of grant money for those folks purchasing homes. So we had a busy year. We're having a busy year this year as well. And I was very pleased to hear Rebecca say earlier to thank everyone for not only the work on the revolving loan fund on helping them close that. That was the JCEDC initiative, working with the county to bring those loan funds together and to help some of our municipalities with that. And the housing study was also our initiative earlier this year. I got another study rolling out in a couple of weeks. So if there are any questions, and y'all know where to find me, all right?
Questions for our director, Vicki Pratt? Any questions? Thank you very much,
I'm
Vicki.
out of here. You bet. Thank
Good
you.
evening. And last but not least, our Register of Deeds, Stacy Huffman.
Thank you. So I'm Stacy Hoffman, your Register of Deeds. It's really good to see everybody in person. I love it. So I'm not going to go in a lot of detail about my annual report. I'm assuming you all took a moment to look at it. Our office is amazing as always. We make money for the county. So there's not a ton of bad things to say about us. But we did have another great year. We actually made 38% more in revenue than we had anticipated. We had so many property sales. It's crazy, as Vicki had mentioned. Low interest rates. There's hardly a house that goes on the market that doesn't sell that same day. And the Real ID is something that also has brought a lot of people into our county, because a lot of our surrounding counties are closed to the public. So we are able to sell the birth certificates, marriage certificates that people need for the Real ID from all over the state. They come 3 counties over here to come and get a marriage certificate from us. So that's more revenue for us. So speaking of the Real ID, that if you look in my scorecard, it tells you that there's a new deadline of October of this year. Well, guess what? That changed since I printed this. It is now May 3rd of 2023, because there's so many places around the United States that still aren't open and don't plan to be open for quite a while. So COVID is going to be a subject of many people's annual reports this year. I'm sure it's been hard on a lot of our staff and on pocketbooks, but the Register of Deeds, we kind of bloomed for it. And I think there's a few things I wanted to share, and I apologize that this is going to be long, so I don't know. So there's 7 lessons that Stacy learned from COVID. 1, cross-train and create functional relationships. We're a small office. We have one person out of the office just so we can make sure somebody's healthy at all times, and we're busier than we've ever been. That makes it really hard. So we've used land information and the treasurer's staff to help us out, and vice versa, because they're one-person offices also. We help them out when they need it. So it's really important not only to cross-train our staff, but it's important to cross-train within your neighboring departments. So when we looked at that plan just a little while ago about how we can restructure some of them, I'm a huge proponent in making sure that like departments are together. All the land departments are together. Not only helps us, but it also helps our customers, kind of like a one-stop shop. We're not going to send them upstairs, down the hall, around the corner, you know, all that kind of thing. It's going to help everybody. So if anything happens in this plan, we don't build whatever, let's try to focus around making sure everybody's together so we can help each other out. So lessons 2 and 3, I'm going to combine to make it as quick as I can. Technology is my best friend. I love it, and we better have a contingency plan. I just want to thank everybody for all these past projects. I keep coming to you and asking you for money. You know, let's do this. Let's buy a new system. Let's back scan every document we have. Those have all fallen into place during COVID because a lot of people can't come out. Their businesses wouldn't let them come out. We had all that information online. Our county is so far ahead of so many counties, and I only have you guys to thank for that. So it's really important you continue to support projects when I ask for money, because, you know, I'm going to ask for more money at some point. That's just the way it is. And I also think it's so important to be proactive instead of reactive. So because you have allowed me to do that, you know, our county has just soared through this COVID without any problems. My lesson number 4 is let's take care of our employees. Ben and Terry have told us this many times, department heads, you know, make sure you're checking on your employees, take care of yourself, that kind of thing. However, it got to be really hard, and I think that's my biggest downfall of COVID is I didn't do a very good job of that. I was so busy taking care of my own daily life and COVID and trying to get the work done because, you know, there's only a couple of us in the office. I feel like I failed at that. We tried to do Zoom meetings. Well, we were just busy all the time. People are coming in, phones ringing, documents are coming through. So that's the one thing, if I can ask anybody here, if you see an employee, thank them for what they're doing, because without the employees keeping everything going, you know, our county would be in a world of hurt. So please thank them when you see them, especially these guys up here. So my lesson number 5 is that the future holds so many new flexibilities that we never once considered before. Being the Register of Deeds, many of you know that we have to record the documents the same day we receive them. They have to be date stamped, minute stamped, all those types of things. And we serve the public, and people come to our office all day long. So I never thought I'd be able to let my staff work from home. Well, it worked, you know. COVID proved me wrong again. I was able to let one person work at home at all times. We kind of switched off with a couple of the employees. And I think this is a flexibility that we'll be able to use in the future. If one of my staff has something that's happening that, you know, they have a long-term illness that they won't be able to come into the office, but they could still sit at their computer at work at home, I'm going to let them do that. And I think that's part of our retention plan that we can, you know, let's offer this to our employees. So that's lesson number 5. Lesson number 6 is there's always room for improvement in our efficiencies. You know, I'm a huge lover of lean and the 5 whys and this big picture of what the county should be. You know, I've made just about every change I thought I could make in my office. COVID proved me wrong again. There was so many things that we could do. So we made little improvements that we never even considered before. And now we're saving like a half an hour a day on different things that we've done. So, you know, keep improving. Don't do things just because that's the way we've always done it and it doesn't seem to take that much time. All those little things add up, and keep improving. And my final lesson, because I'm trying to rush through this, is we aren't the root of all evil. We had a customer come in very upset, said government is the root of all evil, and, you know, started off his conversation not very nice. But I understand his frustration. He'd been to 3 different counties trying to get his birth certificate because he needed to renew his CDL so he could keep working. And by the time he left, he apologized. But made me think, no, we're not the root of all evil. Matter of fact, the Register of Deeds is the root of all things good. I mean, we are. Not only are we the economic foundation of our county, I mean, we keep things going, but we protect all the records of our land and our people, our most valuable resources. So those are things that we have in our office at all times, and we'll keep for forever. And that's my 7 lessons of COVID. And I want to thank everybody again for all your continued support. And I have to make sure I thank my staff, Mary Beth, Kayla, Amber, and then of course Tracy and Kelly from other departments that helped us through this year. They've been amazing, and I just truly appreciate them. So if there's any questions, anything you need to know about the Real ID, any of that kind of stuff, feel free to stop in my office or ask questions now, of course. But
Any questions for Stacy? See none. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Stacy. This will take us to item number 14. If you recall, we moved that on the agenda. So that is our Planning and Zoning Committee. Supervisor Jekyll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Report to the honorable members of Jefferson County Board of Supervisors. Jefferson County Planning and Zoning Committee, having considered petitions to amend Jefferson County zoning map of Jefferson County, filed for hearing held on April 15, 2021, as required by law pursuant to Wisconsin statutes. Notice thereof having been given and being duly advised by the wishes of the town boards and persons in the affected areas, hereby makes the following recommendations. Approval of petitions as listed, dated this 26th day of April 2021, Blaine Paulson, Secretary. Moving on to ordinance number 2021. 3. Amending the official zoning map, whereas Jefferson County Board of Supervisors has heretofore been petitioned to amend the official zoning map of Jefferson County, and whereas petitions numbers as listed were referred to Jefferson County Planning and Zoning Committee for public hearing on April 15, 2021, and whereas the proposed amendments have been given due consideration by the Board of Supervisors in open session. Now therefore be ordained that Jefferson County Board of Supervisors does amend the official zoning map of Jefferson County as follows, as listed on pages 35 and 36. I move for approval of this ordinance.
Second from Supervisor Paulson. Questions and discussion. Start with Mr. Christensen, had his hand up first. What? 1 second. I know where we're going with here. 1 second, Paul. Go ahead, John.
I'll abstain from this since potential conflict of interest.
Thank you, John. All right.
Thank you,
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to divide the question and to consider item R 4309A-21 separately. That's my motion.
Second,
There was a second from,
Renard. Oh,
I didn't see it.
So if I could speak
Did
to
you get their
that.
second recorded? Okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay.
Please proceed. Mr.
Thank you. So the reason I'm asking for this item to be separated like that is just to give us a chance to discuss it further, understand it better, since there's been quite a bit of interest in the Palmyra area, both by the petitioner and by others. And what I did see when I was, or noticed when I was at the public hearing in April, was quite a number of people who were opposed, who gave very thoughtful reasons and understandable reasons. In addition, these are the questions I think I have actually for Matt Zangel, is where I'm going with this. The town of Palmyra apparently made a decision that they reversed. And they felt that they had incorrect information, and so that they would prefer to take a look at it again, I guess. The zoning change affects an environmental corridor. We do have a history of protecting environmental corridors, and the DNR also made a case for protecting that land and not allowing this zoning change. And what I want to refer back to is the report that we just read, that Supervisor Jekyll just read to us. And it says, let me get back to this page. In the first paragraph, it says, notice thereof having been given and duly advised of the wishes of the town boards and persons in the areas affected, hereby makes the following recommendations. Well, it does seem a bit contradictory to me, where there are a lot of there's a lot of discussion and evidence and concern about allowing this rezoning by both the town and persons who are affected, and yet that does not seem to be duly considered and then turned down. So I'm not making a recommendation, but I sure would like a little better explanation of how we got to this point. Thanks for the time.
We've got a request and a second on the floor to separate the petition industrial from industrial to A3. I'll take a roll. Any further discussion on that? Not non-debatable? Okay, thank you. So we'll take a roll call vote on separating it. Yes, you bet. We talked about making sure our stuff worked here.
I'm with the president.
Okay, you can go ahead.
My screen just went to present. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Look, yeah. So sensitive. It's close. Got a lot of computers. For those of you supervisors that have been on Zoom in the past, now you know some of the difficulties that have been going on here, so you got to better understand what we've been up against.
He's in theater. That's me. Okay, thank you.
We have 21 yes, 6 no, 2 abstain, and 1 absent.
So it has been separated. Okay. So this has been separated out. So this time, what we will vote on right now is the rest of the amendments, the main question, and then we'll deal with the separated one. So ordinance number 3 minus the last petition. We will have again, we're going to do all roll call votes tonight. We want to make sure this system gets working properly. So, so this will be on the ordinance 2021-3 minus the petition that was separated. Any discussion on this? Discussion, questions on the remainder of the petitions? Seeing none, we'll give Audrey her time to get the the board ready to go. Yes.
Here's one to present. It's just push it and it'll bring you back to the screen.
Okay, try to vote.
Go.
Wait a second. Okay, we have 27 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain, 1 absent.
Now we will act on the separated petition. Discussion. Questions and discussion on the separated petition. Supervisor Jekyll.
Mr. Chair, thank you. To explain a little bit of the reasoning that I'm going to say most of the committee had, this facility, if you also looked in your packet you had on your desk tonight, showed you that this was originally an industrial site, still is zoned 100% industrial unless we change it tonight. And Marines have the right and does have a plan to go ahead and put 8 storage units on that property. He thought it would be a nicer buffer from his event center that we approved with the conditional use to have a little residential there, so you wouldn't have storage units right up to the state forest parkland. And I kind of think too, I mean, I drive through the Kettle Moraine all day long. Actually, today I think I was through the Kettle Moraine all the way over to Genesee, all the way over by Dousman, 4 different trips today. Can't imagine why somebody would be so opposed to a nice residential snuck into a wooded acreage, because I see them all the way along Highway 18, County Road ZZ, Highway 59, all over this beautiful state and adjoining counties. That, you know, the petitioner has the right. If this is turned down, I'm going to bet money he's going to turn around and have a check in Mr. Zangel's hand tomorrow morning for whatever the cost is for his storage units. There will be no discussion by the county board on this. I think we're actually down zoning it from industrial to residential, way lesser impact to the township, county, and the state forest in the long run, because they're not going to clear cut all the trees being residential. They are going to leave up several of them so they can have a nice nature area. Someone that was commenting before made the remark about cutting through properties. Well, I specifically see all these roads when I'm driving the state forest, private land. If people don't know how to read signs and stay off from private land, you're trespassing. I don't know where, I suppose if it's going to be industrial, they got to put up a chain link fence around it to keep people out of it. What's going to look more aesthetically pleasing than a nice house, a nice backyard where somebody can actually live and enjoy it? So that's my comment to it. I would just as soon see everybody kind of go along. We thought this through. We had a long discussion on our decision meeting if we would approve it. The town board did give their blessing at the time, before the time of the public hearing, The public hearing was right after the April election, so one member changed the vote, and then that's where some of that discrepancies came in. So now you got, you know, a new board trying to change what an old board did before. You never know which way to think of what way somebody's reason why they changed the vote at that point. So I'm still going to vote in favor of this petition, and I hope the rest of you will too.
Questions, discussion? Supervisor White.
Had a legal question for Corporation Counsel. So we have here the town board, looks like passed a couple of their resolutions on May 7th. One was to extend their time for disapproval by 20 days, and the other was to rescind their previous approval of it. Does that have any legal effect on this petition? And I suppose to go along with that, can a town board legally rescind their approval of a zoning petition?
I can answer that question. I looked into that issue. This is Blair Ward, Corporation Counsel, appearing by Zoom. The research that I did, I found an Attorney General opinion that said that a town could rescind approval. So when I received the rescission of the approval, I had no question that it was a valid rescission, and it was filed with the county clerk. So my opinion and my advice to the county board is to proceed as if the town has rescinded its approval of this rezoning petition.
Other questions? Supervisor Smith.
I'm wondering what the value of this property is, and if possibly there's money that could come from the state or somewhere to purchase it, to set it aside.
Don't have that answer. Those the DNR has not answered us on
Do you know
this
what the
topic
value
at
of
this
the
point.
property is?
Pardon?
The value that the property is assessed at?
I don't know.
idea?
Do we have that handy, Matt? No,
Okay.
I don't have that either. Supervisor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several speakers tonight spoke about an environmental corridor on this property or adjacent to this property. Could Mr. Zengel fill me in a little bit on the impact of that?
Mr. Zangel, can you answer that question for Supervisor Kelly about the environmental corridor?
Sure. The southern portion of that property is mapped as environmental corridor. It's my understanding that that mapping occurred back a couple comprehensive plans ago. Basically, how I understand that environmental corridor was created is it took a variety of environmental features and lumped it together into what became the environmental corridor. For example, environmental corridor that they're discussing, or I believe they're referencing, shows up on our GIS system, which includes large woods over 10 acres, wetlands, floodplains, steep slopes. So when items like that were identified, they were lumped together into what was known as the environmental corridor area. With this one being adjacent to the Kettle Moraine State Forest, the southern unit being majority wooded, some pasture in there, I would imagine that was brought over into the southern part of this property where there's a little woods that extends north from the forest land.
Can you build within the corridor? The structure?
Multi-point question, if you will. Yes, you can. If the zoning is correct, they could build what they need to build. For example, the petitioner or the property owner or any property owner within environmental corridor could build a structure that meets that zoning classification. So in this case, with it being zoned industrial, the fact that it's environmental corridor has zero effect basically on it. If it was in a wetland or floodplain, we would have those to deal with, but with this property not being a wetland or floodplain, I could issue a permit tomorrow for industrial structure. The committee will review the environmental corridor when they're rezoning items, mainly when they're coming out of A1 zoning district.
Thank you.
We have two people on Zoom with their hands up. Mary Roberts has her hands up. We'll start with Mary, and then I recognize you have your hand up too, Kirk.
Thank you for recognizing me. I was sent the petition to amend the zoning ordinance, and the person that sent it to me said it's not even signed, so it isn't a legal document at this time. No one signed it. At least that's what I have. And also my concern, of course, is that has the DNR really, have they approved of this? Because it is protected area for the wetlands and for natural land. So I'm just wondering why this is an issue when it wasn't even signed.
I'm going to have Matt address this one as well.
Sure, I can answer the signature question on the application. When my department receives an application, we review it and then send it out to the town as soon as possible. We try and get the application to the town as soon as possible to limit our time delay between ourselves, the town, and the applicants. We want to make sure the process is already lengthy, so we want to make sure we get that as soon as possible. When my staff reviewed it, they saw it wasn't signed. We made a note in the file to have the applicant sign it at his next appearance or when he came into the office next. From there, we sent it out to the town so the town could act on it. The town did receive the non-signed application. After that, after we sent it out to the town, the applicant did come in and sign it. I do have the original file with the application here if anyone needs to see the original signature. As for DNR, there were some DNR that showed opposed at the public hearing, who we have also received some written public comments from. Since then, Corporation Counsel Blair Ward has reached out to DNR, and we have not received much of a response back. I'll let Blair elaborate if you would like to.
You have anything
But
to
it
add?
is part of the Kettle Moraine, right?
No, it is an industrial, privately owned industrial zone.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Blair, you have anything to add to that?
Well, I did contact the DNR. My biggest concern with this whole rezoning was the what's already been mentioned by Supervisor Jekyll is that we have a parcel of property that's in an industrial zone being zoned to allow being requested to be rezoned to a residential area. And my concern was that does the DNR and do others really understand what's happening with this proposed zoning amendment? A house is proposed, or houses are proposed to be built instead of other industrial uses on this property. And I thought that the proposed rezoning was more consistent with preserving the area. So I emailed the person from the DNR who had objected to the rezoning, and my email included all of the uses that could be done in a zone for industrial uses, to make sure she was aware of what exactly she was objecting to. And she responded basically saying she was aware or something to those effects, and offering to discuss with me earlier today. I wasn't available, so I asked Matt to give her a call back, and he was not able to get through. So the point is, I made it clear what the property is zoned, what the uses can do, or what uses there can be in an industrial zone. So the DNR is aware of the uses. So that's basically the point that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Blair. Kirk, you had your has your hand up. Can we get him on?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I've heard some good arguments on both sides of this issue here, but it seems to me that if the town board has legally rescinded its approval, I think the appropriate thing to do would be to not to act on it here and to remand it back to be considered by the Palmyra Town Board. So I would make a motion to that effect.
Do I have a second to that effect? The motion was to remand it back to the town board, but we'll have to have a further discussion on this.
I second that.
And we have a second. But at this point, I want people to understand the legal ramifications of whether you deny this, send it back, approve it, let the town board veto it afterwards. There's different ways to deal with this. And I would like to hear from our corporate counsel and letting you know before we proceed with a further discussion on that motion, what your options are.
The county board can do anything it wants to with this motion in the same manner that it did with the other rezoning petitions that approved. In other words, the county is not restricted at all from taking any particular action. The county can approve the rezoning petition as presented, can amend it, can reject it, can send it back to committee so the town can further consider the proposed rezoning. So basically, the options are there for the county board to do what it wants. But I think it's important for the county board to be aware that if the county board does approve the rezoning as presented by state law, the town has 40 days to veto it. They can veto the zoning amendment, and therefore it will never go into effect. So if there is a desire to have further town input or action, one way of doing that would be approving it, the zoning amendment, and then let the town veto it if the county board is inclined to approve it. So the point is, it's not done tonight if the county board approves the rezoning. The town still has an option to reject the zoning amendment.
And if we would vote, and what would be our vote then if the board says the rescind, if they vote to rescind it, to listen to what the township said, and they asked to have it rescinded, what would our vote be there? Would we still if it came back to the committee, would that be our vote, or would it be a denial vote?
That really is up to the county board. The county board is not restricted in any action that it would take based on the town rescinding its approval. It's a preliminary action by the town designed to give the county input into what the town is seeking or what they want to see with the rezoning. So I'm not sure I understand your question. Maybe you want to restate it, but again, the county board is not limited.
I understand that. My question is what I think I'm getting the feeling from folks here that they'd like to have the township have another look at it. That's just generally the feeling I'm seeing here. Is there more than one way to get at that? I guess is what I'm saying. We mentioned the first one where we approve it, and then we go to the town board vetoes it, and then they deal with it from that point. To just say go with rescinding, I don't know what we're voting on. That's the point. I don't know how to word that amendment, because that's a town board action of rescinding. And the motion on the floor is, I vote to rescind. That doesn't do us anything. Or to send back to the committee?
Well, I think the motion would be more appropriately stated as referring back to committee to allow further discussion, to allow further input from the town. But the town has already voted to rescind their approval. I don't know what can happen or what would happen or what should happen if it does go back to committee, or if the county board chooses to delay action on this. If the county board chooses to delay action, for what purpose? What purpose would that serve?
I see. Okay. All right. We still have a motion on the floor.
One could clarify his motion a little bit more.
Yes.
To give us a better idea of what exactly he's seeking.
Who made the original motion here? Erklund. So what was your purpose here?
Well, really to give deference to the fact that the Palmyra Town Board has legally rescinded their approval of this rezoning petition. So maybe it more properly worded to be consistent with Corporation Counsel's opinion would be to table it, although I'm not sure that's exactly what I mean either. Maybe in light of this discussion, a better way, in light of the fact that Corporation Counsel has said that the town board would have 40 days if we approved it, then to rescind. So maybe it's better to take a vote on it, because we know the town board is going to get, is not going to be shut out of the process, that they're going to get their say on it as well. So I guess I would withdraw my motion to remand or table and just kick back into general discussion.
Yeah. Supervisor David had his hand up first.
I would move to postpone then. I think that's what we've done in the past in the zoning committee. I was on there for 18 years. And if we postpone it, it just gives us more time to think about it, gives the town more time to react to it. It seems like the town feels short-shrifted in this particular rezoning, and maybe that's their own fault. I don't know. But one of the things that keeps our land use strong is keeping the towns happy, because ratification by a majority of the townships is necessary for us to have county zoning. And if we infuriate and make little of the town's opinions of things, their opinion of the county zoning will suffer. And when the 2020 land use plan was put in place originally back in 2000, I believe it originally was not passed by the townships and had to go through quite a mitigation process to get the whole thing up and running. So I think the relationship with the townships is really an important thing, and would recommend that what we do is postpone it, give the town another kick at the cat, so to speak, and we can move on from there with a little bit more input and some of the concerns being addressed than addressed. So I move to postpone.
Now, is it actually postponed for the board, or send it back to committee? That's a whole different thing.
Whichever you prefer, whichever Blair prefers is more regular, let's do it that way, but one way or the other.
Because I think it needs to go back to the committee for further discussion if you're going to go that way. That's what we've done in the past. Just postpone it means it never goes back to committee. It just comes back to the board next week, or next month. But let's.
And
okay.
maybe the zoning committee did that, and for them it was the proper thing, but here at the county, I defer.
Is there a second to that motion?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Lund can't withdraw his motion because it's been seconded, and it belongs to it's on the table. It belongs to the board now. And so is the postpone motion, is it addressing Kirk Lund's motion or the original motion?
To me, it's a separate motion. So do we,
Point of order.
was there, who had the second on, I forgot, I don't have that written down.
Point of order. Point of order.
One second. Who seconded, the?
Yeah.
Oh. So what's your feeling, Anita?
Okay.
I'm a little confused.
That's understood.
Could you?
Basically, what we're coming down to here is motions on the floor, and it's cutting off any other discussion here right now.
Well, I would like to, can I withdraw my second or?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my second right now. Thank you.
All right. Now, that's settled. Now, we have a second motion on the floor, or a motion on the floor to return to committee, apparently. I guess that's what, do I have a second to that? Second. Okay. We have to deal with the amendment first to come back to the original question. There's a point of order from Mr. Schultz?
No, my point of order was the second could also withdraw their second, so that was.
Okay, so now there's a motion on the floor to postpone, or not postpone, excuse me, my fault, to return this to committee.
Yes.
Or to refer back to committee. So that's not, so we have a motion, a second. Just hang on. Mr. Schultz, you had your hand up first. You're next, Mr. Paulson.
I would like to speak in opposition to returning this to committee. We are muddling this way beyond what we need to do. If we think it's a good idea, let's pass it. Let's pass the change. I understand then it goes to the town board and they have the final say. So what's the problem? If we think this is a good idea, and frankly, I do. From an environmental standpoint, from an aesthetic standpoint, changing this from an industrial to residential makes a world of sense to me. But let's act on it one way or the other. If we pass this, then it goes to the town board. Let's not muddle it. We've done this so much. Oh, let's send it back. We don't want to deal with it. We're all confused. Let's do what we think is right tonight, and then it goes to the town board, and they can act.
Supervisor Paulson, you're up next.
I really don't need to go. He covered it. Mr. Schultz covered it for me. Thank you.
Supervisor Nealon, that's the next hand I saw.
I agree with Dick, but I would like to add one thing, and I would like a proper description of what can be the worst case industrial thing that could be built on that site right now. George is talking about some storage lockers, but I'm envisioning a factory with a chimney on top of it could possibly be there, correct?
Yes, I think
So
Matt's
we're not-
going to get the zoning book with the whole list of things that could go in there.
Right. So we're not talking specifically about some storage lockers versus some houses. We're talking about a strict industrial use versus a residential use.
And this industrial zone, because I've sit on the zoning committee, this industrial zone has been there for a long time before we had a comprehensive plan.
Correct.
We had, back here, somebody else had their hand up first, and then I'll come back to Supervisor White.
So in light of Corporation Council's comments, if we want to give the town board a say, I would say we want to approve it, because ultimately, I think both sides want resolution on here, one way or another, and the only way the town board is actually going to have the ability to give their say, and if that is vetoing it, so be it, but they can't do that until we act. So I'm thinking that the town board would like us to approve it, to put the ball back in their court, so they can ultimately do what they think is most appropriate.
Okay, Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I appreciate the point that Supervisor Jekyll made. The approach of what's the least harm that you could do depending on how we approach this. I think that there is an opportunity because there's so much goodwill about this in terms of protecting the state natural area and so on all party sides. It sounds like to me that there's probably a resolution. Maybe that's not the right word. There's probably a solution that would include a best case where maybe the town could ask for some conditions from the builder about size or location or something like that, and get around the worst imaginary things that could happen. So that may be able to be done if it gets approved, and the town has another opportunity to either veto it, and in that time of vetoing it, negotiate or talk with the owner about a best solution. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I could just quickly answer Supervisor Nealon's question. And Mr. Waremeyer brought up the ordinance for the industrial zone on the board or on the overhead projector there. What he's showing is the principal uses, so those are permitted as of today. The applicant could come in tomorrow and ask for a zoning permit for those uses, followed by the conditional uses, which is the simple conditional use permit through the Planning and Zoning Committee. So those are some examples of what could be permitted on the property.
Oh, a dump or a land?
Other questions? First of all, then we're voting. We have a motion on the floor for an amendment to return it to the committee. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of that of that motion to return this zoning amendment to the committee would be a roll call vote.
You got that water bottle on you? Good.
Okay, you can go ahead and vote. We have 2 yes, 26 no, 1 abstain, and 1 absent.
All right, so we're back to the original motion on the floor, which is to take this petition and approve or deny it. And right now, the motion on the floor is to approve it. Any further discussion on that? Supervisor Nealon.
I would like to point out, it said paper mills.
Yeah. Okay, so move to approve. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Second from Supervisor Schultz. Okay, it's on the floor. Move to approve. All right.
Okay, you can go ahead. We have 26 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain, 1 absent.
It is approved. All right, thank you. Would anybody like 5 minutes to stand up and move their legs and walk around and go to the restroom? Maybe 10. We reconvene at 9 o'clock? 9 right now.
Get back to that. What I did, do I need to send something back asking if
That was. 1 minute warning.
Yep. Oh. Thank you. I don't understand, but see, when I was a little kid, one of my friends' parents, or one of my friends' parents, good friends of mine, was a police officer in St. Paul, and so I was kind of already exposed to it. When we moved to Florida, my best friends were chief of police's son, the detective's son, and the fire chief's son, and so we kind of all ran around and everything. Again, well, that's the 70s, which is different now, but whatever that the police were there before I got home, and it may have been a block. Mom and Dad knew who it was, and it wouldn't have really been a bad thing, but like. It was always one of those things that your dad will take care of your car better than we can.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say it.
Sat back there, he was in the big No, but it would have made a point. At 9 p.m. it would have made a point.
They closed all the students because they wanted my final face.
Exactly.
The only real place.
I know. Now. Yes.
Can we please take our seats and proceed? We still have quite a bit of business to do yet here.
All right, more business. More business. More business.
I'm glad to see Supervisor Zarling still here.
Run, Forrest.
Okay, this takes us on to item number 11, Executive Committee. Supervisor Renard.
This is the continuation of the action on the joint development agreement with Wisconsin Gas, the town of Ixonia, and the Jefferson County for construction and operation of a liquefied natural gas facility in the town of Ixonia. I introduced this resolution last month and read the executive summary. Mr. Chair, would you like me to read it again, or can we
I don't think it's
dispense
necessary.
with that? Okay.
Anybody need it read to them again? Don't see any hands.
Good, thank you. Then I would like to move to amend the agreement that is the subject of this resolution. I passed out, is somebody saying something?
You have 3 amendments here?
Yes, I passed them out, and it's the amendment to section 3D. It's a short one.
Want to read that amendment in to see if
Yes, I will. The original text of the agreement in this section talked about the construction route that will be used during the construction of the facility, North Road to Highway 16. I'm adding this language that's in red on your copy. On days when Ixonia Elementary School is in session, construction vehicles used to transport dirt, concrete, gravel, steel, pipes, heavy machinery, and other construction materials and supplies going to or leaving the project site shall not use the intersection of North Road and Highway 16 from 8:15 a.m. to 8:45 a.m. and from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. And Mr. Chair, on the motion, this is an issue that was raised at the last town board meeting when the town approved the agreement in the form that we have it before us tonight. Also, a resident of Ixonia raised this concern at last month's county board meeting. These are the drop-off and pickup times at the elementary school. This is a rather treacherous intersection during normal times. The concern is that the addition of large trucks through this intersection at these very busy times could pose a safety hazard to school buses and to vehicles, moms and dads and grandmas dropping off the little children at the Exonia Elementary School. There are no turn lanes at this intersection. There are just sort of like, I don't know, like kind of mushed out asphalt that you hope you can get out of the traffic lanes. So during these school drop-off and pickup times, traffic is backed up in that intersection trying to make a left-hand turn from the westbound lanes. And then there's through traffic trying to get around them. And it's posing a serious threat, I think, to safety at that intersection. You'll notice a rather tortured description that I wrote here about dirt and concrete and machinery and stuff. Well, I did that because I wanted to make it clear that the intention of this amendment is not to include the personal vehicles of workers going to the site and leaving the site. So this only would pertain to large trucks and only on school days. So summer vacation, no problem. The Saturdays and Sundays, if it's necessary, not an issue. So it's only for an hour and a half a day that these restrictions would need to be followed.
Do I have a second to that amendment?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Does not the motion have to be made and seconded before you can accept amendments?
The resolution of the motion here, that it was moved at the previous meeting and brought back off the table.
Okay, I didn't remember if it was actually moved. I know it was postponed, but
moved and then postponed. So that,
Thank
yeah.
you.
And in this consideration, being with amendments on this are not like our normal amendments. So Mr. Waymeyer wants to explain the amendment process here and what it entails.
All right. So we're using the term amendments because that's traditionally what we use when we want to talk about a document and language potentially changing. However, there's two different kinds of amendments tonight. So the first, if this board desires, there's the amendment to the main resolution or the authorizing document. And that's in essence what's on page 2 to 3 of your packet. That's the non-therefore and all those kind of usual language that we have in there. If you as a board determine some language needs to change in that authorizing legislation, that acts as a normal amendment process. And if you say language needs to change and you have a majority vote, it will change. If there are amendments offered to the document known as the Joint Development Agreement that we're talking about right now, as we have discussed over the course, this is in essence a contract. So in essence, if the board moves for an amendment to be done, this in essence is going to basically give an instruction, just so it happened in the executive committee, to tell the negotiating team to go back and have a conversation with We Energies and or Exonia. Now, they are available tonight to have those conversations as well, but that's in essence what it do. It does not by itself unilaterally change the contract that the majority of the board says they would like that section changed. It just means you're telling me, giving me direction that you would like me to have a conversation to see if that is going to be, if they'll agree to that language that's being proposed. So they could approve of it, or if they deny it, then you'll have to have a determination of how do you move forward from there. So I wanted to explain that because this is a little bit different from a typical amendment process, because you do not have the unilateral authority if the majority of you votes for language change for it to move forward in that manner until we have a conversation with the other parties to this contract. So any questions on that?
Mr. Schultz, you had your hand up first.
Just so I'm clear, if we approve these amendments, then you go back to We Energies, and if they say, okay, we agree to them all, then it's done?
Well,
Or does something come back here then again?
Well, it depends on what the emotion becomes. So there could be a motion that you approve the JDA contingent upon various amendments being agreed to by the parties.
Oh, okay.
You could tonight ask for us to have amendments, and you could have a motion saying we'd move to postpone this or table this, actually is a proper motion, to later on the agenda, and move forward with the rest of the items on the agenda to allow conversation time to take place. And then we can come back with the results of those conversations.
But we can approve amendments to the document, then approve the document, and then it takes effect contingent on We Energies agreeing?
Not just we at the township as well.
I mean, if it's something that the township would have to wait. Now, the township did give some authority to the town chair based on the language discretion without going back to town board, but that's they would have to make that interpretation. Blair and I cannot stand on their feet to tell us if the changes will meet that language change.
But if everybody agrees to them, it's a done deal.
Well,
Town board, We Energies, everybody agrees?
You may give me instruction to negotiate and bring that back to you all too.
What if we just approve it with amendments?
If you approve it with amendments and they say no,
Then it would come back, yes. But if we approve it with the amendments and they all agree, town board, We Energies, it's a done deal.
I would ask you to clarify what that motion would be.
Well, we have the resolution before us, right?
Correct.
And we have 3 proposed amendments. Let's say we approve 1, 2, or 3 of those amendments. And then we would vote on the agreement as amended. If everybody else agrees, then we're done, right?
If that's the intent of the motion, yes.
Okay.
If that's the intent, but we'll have to see what the motions all become.
Supervisor Nealon, you had your hand up next.
We don't have empowered representatives to agree to this in the room, do we?
I think we do from We Energies. Yes, we do.
This is where we want to go. There's three amendments to the JDA here. Not to the resolution, but to the JDA.
Yeah, I follow that. I'm just
And what we'd like to do, what I'd like to do, if we can, is get all these each one on the floor. So when we take a break, so they can negotiate, to have a discussion, they can do all 3 of them at the same time, rather than piecemealing this and going on till midnight. Okay. That would be the goal here. Supervisor Backlund.
I just got a question. If you know, as it's written now, has We Energies and the town approved it?
Yes.
So
let me clarify that. The town has approved it. In principle, We Energies has agreed to it, but they still have some approval process, but in concept, they have agreed to what you're seeing before you tonight. Is that an accurate statement? Okay, we agree to it.
So if we amend it, then we're kind of throwing the monkey wrench in the middle of it. Okay.
So we have one amendment on the floor. Okay. I'd like to have you introduce all 3 amendments, and then we can act on them individually and have a discussion, but at least get them all on the floor. So if we approve them, we can go to the negotiation. The plan then would be to proceed with the finance committee and the parks committee things while they're having their discussion, so we can keep the meeting moving. That's the plan anyway. Okay.
Shall I go on?
Supervisor Renard.
All right. Second amendment is to section 7C on vegetative buffer. This deals with an issue of what properties could be eligible for a $5,000 reimbursement for the cost of landowners planting vegetative buffering on their own properties to block the view of the facility and the 15-story storage tank. So I'm proposing that, and I'll just read the additions there. So everything in black print was already in the agreement as it was presented to you last month. So I'm proposing to add on Gopher Hill Road between North Road and 1,050 feet west of North Road, on the northeast corner of North Road and Gopher Hill Road, and on Ridge Lane between Gopher Hill Road and 1,800 feet south of Gopher Hill Road. These would be additional residences added to the list of those eligible to receive this reimbursement for planting vegetative buffers. By my reckoning, this adds about 10 additional homes. There could be some lots in there that I don't know about. I know a few, but you've heard from some of these people tonight and in the emails, and Tiffany Carey was on Zoom. She's one of these homes. And just for the record, I do live on Ridge Lane. That 18,000 or 1,800 feet south of Gopher Hill Road was put in there to specifically exclude my home from this list of eligible properties because I don't even want to have to deal with that. So if anybody brings that up, it's not intended to include my home. I don't intend to apply for this reimbursement, and I don't really need it. So this is an amendment or a topic of concern that was raised in previous meetings at the executive committee. It came up again at last month's town board meeting. Right before the town board approved the agreement as we see it today without amendment, they talked about these two issues, the traffic safety for the school and adding additional homes to the list of vegetative buffering residences eligible for the reimbursement. And they basically said right before they voted to approve the document, well, county, if you want to deal with this, if you want to go and negotiate this, fine. We will consider any changes on these two issues to be non-substantive, and so the agreement does not have to go back to the full board for their approval or rejection. So then I'm going to introduce.
Let's get a second on this
Oh,
one. So
sorry.
We'll call that amendment number 2. That's on the white sheet would be amendment number 2. Do I have a second for discussion purposes?
Second.
Thank you, Greg.
Right.
Supervisor David seconded that. Then amendment number 3.
Then I have amendment number 3. That's under the blue sheet. This is in section 8 on emergency services. My amendment would only require that the emergency services, fire, and EMS plan be made public by the county, and public comments on it will be considered during the review of the plan.
Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hill.
And on that amendment, Mr. Chair, as you've probably heard and in the emails that people have sent us, there are 928 people. One of my neighbors actually counted these people who live, work, or go to school within a mile of the proposed site of this project, including 300 little school children and 30 of their teachers at Ixonia Elementary School. The executive committee was successful in amending this section slightly to require that certain elements be included in the plan. Those are the 3 numbers there. And one of them is notification method to neighbors in the event of an evacuation outside the LNG facility site. So we've required that the notification method be included in the plan. But what we haven't done is require that the notification method be released to the public. So there's no method here for the public to be notified of what the notification plan is. So my amendment would just require that the county has, once it has the document and is reviewing it, that the county make the document public to the people who live nearby so they know what's in the plan, they know what to expect, they know how to plan for an emergency, and that their comments on it be considered while the county is reviewing the plan.
Thank you. I think the easiest way to deal with this right at this moment then is we'll take one amendment at a time, have discussion, vote it up and down, then go to the next amendment, up and down, and so on. And then we'll see where we're at, and from there, we'll see what the vote says, and then whether or not we have to have further discussions. So let's start with amendment number 1. That's on a blue sheet. That would be on concerning Gazonia Elementary School and the intersection and safety in that intersection. I open that up for discussion. Supervisor Schultz.
I would like to strongly support this. When I was on the Fort Atkinson City Council, I was the person who suggested flashing yield pedestrian lights at a crossing for kids. Having seen kids running out in the street, and these trucks don't have the ability even to stop like a car does. And I think this is a very good idea if they're amenable to it. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Any further discussion on amendment number 1? Supervisor Kennard.
I guess my question is, if there's trucks on site, they can't leave, or is there an alternate route? Or what about the trucks that are en route to this site? What are they gonna do, park alongside the road and not go through the intersection? I guess I would think we'd have a bigger safety problem than if we just had the trucks coming and going.
I'm not familiar with all the routes there. Could you help us out with this, Supervisor
Can I
Renard?
just answer that question? That question sort of did come up before, and the construction route is pretty basic because there aren't many ways to get to this site. But it was suggested by a businessman who is also a former town chair at the last town board meeting when they talked about this agreement, that the comings and goings of these large trucks for delivering of supplies and exiting the site could be planned in advance to avoid having to use this intersection during those times. And it's really only an hour and a half a day and only on some days.
Did that answer your question, Supervisor Kennard?
Well, I guess if they're local vehicles that can be planned or whatever, but what about a lot of these materials will be coming in from out of state, and those guys are hard to schedule because due to traffic and whatnot. You know, they get there. I used to deliver this kind of stuff to these kind of sites, and sometimes in the morning you got 50 trucks lined up waiting in the road waiting for the gate to open because they all showed up overnight, and now they unload and they have to leave because they can't keep them on site either. So either we're creating a hazard in the road or something. You know, I don't know how big I think with something this size, you're going to have quite a few trucks coming and going, I guess.
Or if somebody goes twice, we need Supervisor Drain ahead.
My comment on this, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a feel-good amendment. I don't think you're putting a burden on We Energies and the trucking companies that I don't think is necessary. I don't think you're gonna get that much traffic, 8:15, 8:45. But I think it's unrealistic to place these restrictions on the companies that deliver.
Supervisor Jekyll, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd have to agree totally with Mr. Draina, and being I operate a trucking company on, my other job and stuff like that. There's other issues that come up, and I don't know who or how they would exactly regulate it besides having a state patrol or a county deputy out there stopping every truck that may be driving through that intersection, whether are they going to post a paper, we are for the LNG plant, visible, because the other ones have the right to travel that road. They are public highways. I think this would be a very bad amendment to make through that aspect of it, because people think it's only one. I could understand if they were saying only going north on North Road to the site. Possibly there you could get some stuff, but that intersection is open to interstate commerce, and I don't think the county can regulate that down with this amendment. If we are saying we don't want business, period, in the county for that aspect of it. Thank you.
Supervisor White?
In my understanding, this would just be an amendment to a contract. It doesn't actually have any law enforcement effect. I don't see how this would amend our ordinances where law enforcement could give a ticket if this is violated. So it seems to me that it really wouldn't be enforceable for that reason.
Anybody else? Supervisor Schultz?
Yeah, a couple of things. I used to be HR manager for Morris Foods in Port Atkinson, and we delivered frozen products, which means that we had to schedule arrival for all the time. The other thing is, if we approve this, it goes into a negotiation with We Energies, and We Energies can say, hey, yeah, we can work around that. Or they can say, boy, this would be a deal killer. You know, but that's where it goes from here. It goes to them for negotiations, so.
Anything else on this amendment? We'll have a roll call vote on this amendment. This will be considered amendment number 1.
You can go ahead. We have 13 yes, 16 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
So the amendment fails. 13 to 16. Okay. Amendment number 2. This would be on your white sheet. That is extending vegetative buffers further to approximately 10 additional homes. Discussion. Questions. Supervisor Jekyll.
Mr. Chairman, I have to vote against this one too, because I feel that the public plus the town board had a lot of their say. So within 6 months, and I mean, I didn't get chance to attend the executive committee meetings in person, but I, read the draft, and I honestly think they are going way above and beyond the houses they are serving with their vegetative plan. I can see Jefferson Water Tower from my home at night all day long if the skies are clear too. So I should, maybe get the city of Jefferson to give me a vegetative buffer for their water tower that serves the city of Jefferson and does absolutely nothing for me. So, that would be my comment on this one.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about the strike through right in the middle of the page, directly under the section in red, where it's strike through of up to $5,000. That's not in red, so is that part of the amendment or not?
Supervisor Renard.
Yes, that is part of the amendment. So since this $5,000 number was out there, people have been talking about it like it's you get 5,000, you get 5,000, you get 5,000. But when you read it very carefully, it says reimburse the landowner up to $5,000 per property. Well, that implies a process that is not detailed in this agreement. Who's making that decision? How do you make it? How do people apply for the reimbursement? What's the criteria for granting the reimbursement? So I've taken that out in this amendment and just making it a flat $5,000 per property.
Supervisor Nealon.
I have a question for Ben. Are we allowed, if this is just in the interest of moving things along, if this is like a $50,000 hit for We Energies, that seems to me to be kind of small potatoes for 10 houses. I think people might vote pretty quick if we thought that We Energies would think that this is pretty small, and it would be likely something that they would approve. Are we allowed to ask that before we vote, or? I just want to know.
I'm prepared to let them speak, yes. If they want to think about it, that's fine.
Good evening. I'm Kate Phillips from Wisconsin Gas. We've talked about this before. It's been brought up a number of times. We did agree to give strictly adjacent landowners the up to $5,000, and the way that would work is we would work with them. They would not all landowners would need the whole $5,000, but they would just give us a receipt, and then they would be reimbursed for up to $5,000. Is how that works. We've never done this before, but we did agree to give to that payment to strictly adjacent landowners. We've never asked for that. We would have to get that approved from the Public Service Commission. We don't know if the commission will even approve that. The commission isn't in the business of giving landowners payments to not have to look at utility facilities. Think about all the transmission lines, like the water tower that Mr. Jekyll mentioned, all kinds of public facilities all over the state of Wisconsin that people look at. But in the interest of working with the community on this, we did agree for those adjacent landowners, and that's as far as we can go. Thank you.
You have your answer there. So, any further discussion? Further discussion on amendment number 2? Further discussion?
Yeah, I just got a question.
Paulson, Supervisor Paulson.
Amy, all these people that are in here, are they adjacent landowners that you have on your amendment?
What do you mean, all the people who are in?
Well, all the people that are encompassed by your red print, are they all adjacent landowners?
Some of them might be, but they all have direct views of the facility. If you've been, well, you were out there, Blaine.
I have.
It's surrounded by hills. And so there are a lot of properties that are going to have direct views that are not exactly adjacent because of the mammoth nature of the place and the topography of the surrounding area.
Supervisor David.
I think this is a reasonable amendment to the agreement. Imagine that thing going in your backyard. Not only is it dangerous in case of explosion or leak, but it ruins property values for people nearby, and this is some amount of compensation for them. I think it's a good deal for the people that are getting really a poor deal out of this.
Supervisor Schultz.
I just thought I'd say something because you haven't heard enough from me tonight. I'm concerned about scratching the up to, because basically what it is just handing out $5,000 to all these property owners rather than them justifying what they spent to put these trees in or whatever. We eliminate that up to. We adopt this amendment, and that it's just a $5,000 check, and I'll take it and go to Chicago or something.
Anyone else? Supervisor Renard.
I would be willing to consider a friendly amendment, Supervisor Schultz, if you wanted to strike that striking out and restore that up to its original state, if that makes you feel a little bit better about people trying to take advantage of this.
And the seconder to this amendment? No, there was a seconder that asked to agree with that friendly amendment, the amendment. I think it was Greg.
Yes, I would.
So he agrees to that amendment to the amendment. Okay. All right. So it's on the floor with up to taken out of it. Or it,
and back in.
Back in. Excuse me. Okay. Any other questions, discussion? Seeing none, take a roll call vote. This would be on amendment number 2. The white sheet.
Go ahead.
Just a second. Amendment to, okay.
We have 15 yes, 14 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
Take that.
And let's go to amendment number 3 then. This was the plan that the emergency medical plan, emergency services, fire and emergency services plan be made public by the county, and public comments on it be considered during review of the plan. Discussion. Supervisor Jekyll has his hand up first.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time to talk again. I know people don't like me saying, my stupid farmer words of wisdom, but I don't know how many people in here other than maybe the former EMT and firemen have professional insight into what would be in that safety plan, and to put it back on to everybody in their, and their brother, that they should come in and put their 2 cents worth in about what is actual safety and what is a feel-good term in safety. I don't think this one can, stand its light of day. Thank you.
Supervisor White.
So if we don't approve this amendment, is there anything still stopping the county from making the plan public and taking public comment? It seems like this is just a restriction on the county, and if we would decide that we wanted to do that with the plan, it would seem to me we could still do that anyway. Am I correct on that, Blair? Or anyone who can answer?
I think we'll leave that to Blair.
Supervisor White, you are correct on that. The county can do what it wants. I think the intent of this language is to basically put it in writing what's going to happen. So it seems to me like it's an obligation being imposed on ourselves through the written agreement. But yeah, the county certainly can do what it wants.
Supervisor Martin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The way that it currently reads, the entities that would be approving the plan would just be the town of Ixonia and the Jefferson County Emergency Management Director. Let's keep in mind that it won't just be the town of Ixonia responding in the event of a catastrophic or near catastrophic situation. It will be other responders. So they would be members of the public that would have the opportunity to review. I feel quite strongly, particularly based on what's happened recently with the pipeline spill, that this absolutely needs to be included. Thank you.
Supervisor David.
I think that open government is incredibly important, and that we should encourage people to be able to read plans should they like, make suggestions should they like. Then it's up to us to say yay or nay, but I think the ability for the public to see these types of documents is essential.
I just want to make, I just want a quick opinion by any one of our attorneys here. This is a public document anyway, because it's by any open records request, correct?
It is a public document regulated by the Wisconsin Public Records Law. And if there's any proprietary information in there, that would have to be redacted, not appropriate for public release. So I guess that's the short answer to your question.
Thank you. Mr. Christensen had his hand up.
I'm just wondering, thank you. I'm just wondering if the Public Service Commission has a say in this section and in this amendment.
Hard to say. I don't know. Anybody know?
I guess my initial reaction would be no, and primarily because there is not a requirement by the PSC that we have a joint development agreement to move forward. There's some regulations that you see within this document that are referenced both at the federal and state level, both in terms of requirement for inspection, design oversight, and things related to even the PSC's responsibility related to their inspection requirements too. So my gut, and Blair, if you want to comment on that, I'm not sure if they would have that oversight just because we don't, county has a development agreement, it's a one-page road use agreement basically, to use as equivalent for a similar sized project. So a little bit different. They have some different things in their conditional use process that we did not have in our conditional use process, to be fair as well. But I guess the point being is, if you're asking us, PSC can say if the public comment should be there or not. If there's a response to emergency plan, it's really on the local communities and our MABUS system, et cetera, that would be responsible for it.
Supervisor Renard had hand up.
Just to Blair's point, to Blair's point about the open records law, we talked about this at the executive committee because I thought very strongly that the plan should be made public. And Blair said, well, if it's in the possession of the county, it's a public record. And anybody could request a copy of that document through the open records law. And that is absolutely correct. However, the mom and the dad who live across the road from 12 million gallons of liquefied natural gas are going to have to, A, know what the open records law is, B, know how to use it, where to file to get this record, and C, be clairvoyant enough to know when that document is in the possession of Jefferson County. This just makes it transparent. Here it is, we got it, here it is, you guys can see it. That's all. Nobody has to go through the open records law to get it, although they could. This just makes it simple, easy, and automatic.
Any other? Supervisor Schultz.
Yeah, real quick, before you go to a vote, our electronics here says, cannot connect to server.
All that, because it kind of timed out.
God, you better fix it.
Supervisor Backlund, you have your hand up? No. Oh, okay. All right, that's okay. Fair enough. Supervisor Christensen, please, can we have order?
Thank you. I think this seems pretty reasonable, but maybe we could accommodate or make this work without changing the agreement. Maybe we could just force this on ourselves, because that's really where it comes from. Is it a possibility to make a change like that to the resolution?
Anybody's guess. It's all got to be negotiated. Over, yes.
Mine either.
Anything else? Anyone else? Supervisor Kennard.
Just thinking on this, who would be another, I guess, local entity? Would it be like, I know the fire chiefs have a county-wide group. Would it be appropriate to have them review this? So they're their emergency expert. I guess I would be looking at a plan and not know if it's functional or not. And I don't know if, if our emergency management director would be qualified, or would we have to hire a consultant, or how would this work, I guess?
Anyone else? Anyone else? Going back to Supervisor Christensen, did you have some suggestion?
Well, I just wonder if maybe we could amend. We don't really have anything on the floor right now other than this resolution and these 3 amendments. But maybe the resolution could be amended to include that requirement of the county alone without having to affect the agreement and the contract language and all that negotiations.
An amendment to the resolution.
Yep. Any further discussion? Further discussion? We'll open this up for a vote.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. Mary Roberts has her hand up. Missed that one over here. Okay. Mary,
Yes, I just want to say from all the communications that I have gotten from people, really all they want is a written plan for what to do if there is a problem. So if the company would give them a written plan that says, if this happens, this is what you do. If this happens, this is what you do. If this happens, you have to evacuate. From what I've read, that's all they want. They want an actual written plan, and they haven't gotten that. So I just don't understand why that hasn't happened from the company.
any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay. We'll have a roll call vote on amendment number 3, emergency services, fire, emergency medical services. Me too. Go. We could do a voice vote, but we're not a total, we do it by just voice vote one by one. So we gotta, I won't be able to tell. Not through class and everything else. Oh.
Supervisor Jones, Supervisor Kelly, Supervisor David,
Yes.
Supervisor Zarling, Supervisor Brockler, Supervisor Herbst, Supervisor Winnicky, Supervisor Renard,
Yes.
Supervisor Zastro, Supervisor Johns,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Martin,
Yes.
Supervisor Lund,
Yes.
Supervisor Ness,
Yes.
Supervisor Payne,
Yes.
Supervisor Coots,
Yes.
Supervisor White,
Yes.
Supervisor Drana,
No.
Supervisor Backlund, Supervisor Kennard,
No.
Supervisor Paulson, Supervisor Jekyll, Supervisor Lindell,
No.
Supervisor Felker, Supervisor Fitzgerald, Supervisor Nealon,
No.
Supervisor Schultz,
No.
Supervisor Roberts,
Yes.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yes.
Thirteen no.
Yes. So this one will move on to negotiations.
What's the vote?
The vote is 13 no, 16 yes, 1 absent.
Move on to negotiations. So at this point, we've gone through the amendments here. We can't vote on a resolution till we go through the negotiations because the resolution is approving whatever is in that contract at this point. So, you want to begin those negotiations and move on with the meeting?
Mr. Chairman, if the intent is to allow this to take place while continuing, I would respectfully request a motion is made that this item is tabled to later in the agenda so you may continue to move forward.
Do I have a motion to table this? Well,
Mr. Chair, I had some questions and concerns concerning this, and I guess if I was going to make addition to this, I wasn't aware that I had to put it in writing and get it submitted, so I had.
Another amendment to the contract or to the resolution?
Yes, I had actually several concerns, and I would leave it up to our administrator to do it, that I had questions. At the last meeting, I did have a request to speak in, and, I was never called on, and we went to the next item of business. So Mike.
Are the questions concerning the amendments or the questions
No,
concerning the JDA?
some concerns I have about the contract, and I need more information. And a lot of it would come from We Energies as to questions that I guess I'd like answered.
Well, then I think what we should do at this point is go with the negotiations, and when we come back to actually dealing with the resolution and the JDA, you can ask those questions, unless you have a specific amendment that you want to put in right now.
My concern is when it comes time to dismantle this plant, as I see this, they just talked about the place in Milwaukee being there for 50 years. So, assuming this is now going to be here for 50 years, I don't expect to live to be 115 years old. So this is going to far exceed me. That when it comes time to dismantle this plant, I see little motivation on the behalf of We Energies, looking at the costs related. That somehow I'd like to see some kind of financial incentive to decommission this plant when the time comes ready. Otherwise, it's going to turn into our courthouse, where we're looking at 50 or 60 years and the place is falling apart. And there's nothing in this agreement where they're disclosing the maintenance on the property or other things. That I would almost like to see something added in there where every year they have to put money into a fund where they.
Have you read the contract? Yes. Have you read the contract?
I've read a great deal of it, yes.
It's on page 13. 1213. Assurances of decommissioning.
Point of order. But they had a bond that they had to buy, but, the bond, to me, I could afford the bond. That isn't any financial incentive at the point you buy $1 million bond for a few $1,000s. Where when they do decommission it, they're going to have to pay real money for it.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I had made a motion to table it till later on in the meeting so we can negotiate with We Energies.
Right. And that's still on the floor.
And this is a discussion then we would
And that's
have.
still on the floor. And the point of order here, Supervisor Schultz, is I want to know if he had an amendment yet, because the amendments would go into the negotiation process. He has a question, but not an amendment at this point, hasn't put amendment on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's why I allowed him to have an amendment.
Oh, okay, but you need a second.
And there's nothing to second, because there is an amendment on the floor.
But there's a motion to table till later on.
To table it, correct. And who is the second for the motion to table?
Till later on in the meeting.
For Mr. Paulson, when we get back to meeting?
Second.
Okay.
Is that a debatable motion?
No, it's not.
Table?
So all in favor of tabling this for negotiations, and we'll move on to Finance Committee, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. So
No.
negotiations, now we'll move on to item number 12.
We need to practice doing.
Is that me?
Supervisor Jones. And these are all budget amendments. They will all take a 2/3 vote.
Again, okay. Did I?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution number 2021-4. Amending the Jefferson County Health Department Drug-Free Communities Grant Funding to include $40,470 additional funding for 2021. During 2020, the Jefferson County Health Department was awarded a federal drug-free communities grant for the period of 10/31/19 to 10/30/2020 for $125,000, of which $40,740 was not used by October 30th, 2020. A second-year grant in the amount of $125,000 was awarded for the period of 10/31/2020 to 10/30/2021. The balance remaining as of October 30th,
2020 of the 40,740 has been added to this grant period per notification received on March 29th, 2021. This amendment is to add $40,740 in projected additional revenue offset by $40,740 in additional expenses to the 2021 budget for the Drug-Free Community Grant Program. On May 6, 2021, the Finance Committee reviewed this resolution and recommended forwarding the county board to add $40,740 in grant funding revenue and related expenses for the drug-free community grants. This is a budget amendment. County board approval requires a 2/3 vote of entire membership of the county board, 20 votes of the 30-member county board. Mr. Chair, I move for passage of this resolution.
Second.
Who is the second? Second, Supervisor Jekyll. Discussion, questions? Seeing none? Are we working again? All right.
Yeah.
Well, have roll call vote.
How do I get out of this page?
Yes.
You got this tablet.
There's a beeping going on all over.
Something not working here? All right. For those that aren't working, why don't you just call up voice vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Johns,
Aye.
and Supervisor Christensen.
Aye.
It's like this part of the room.
We have 29 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, and 1 absent.
Okay. Takes us to our next resolution, Supervisor Jones.
Resolution number 2021-5, accepting grant funds from the Wisconsin Department of Health Service for epidemiology and a laboratory capacity enhancing detection grant. Jefferson County Health Department was allocated $976,600 from the Department of Health Service. This awarded the epidemiology and laboratory capacity enhancing detection supplement will provide critical services to local and territorial health departments in support of a broad range of COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 testing and epidemiologic surveillance related activities. This includes, but is not limited to, increasing the workforce capacity, vaccination testing, laboratory capacity, infection control, and contact tracing. The grant start date is October 1, 2020, and the end date is October 31st, 2022. The state used the distribution formula based on a base amount per jurisdiction, with the remainder distributed by population. On May 6, 2021, the Finance Committee reviewed this resolution and recommended forwarding to the county board to accept $976,600 in grant funding for COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 epidemiology and laboratory capacity enhancing detection grant. Grant funds are available 10/1 to 2020 to 10/31 2022 for a total of $976,600. In December 2020, a total of $4,576 of the grant funding was used. Balance available in 2021 is $972,024. This is a budget amendment. County board approval requires 2/3 votes of the entire membership of the county board. Mr. Chair, I move for passage of this resolution.
Have a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Herbst. Discussion, questions? Supervisor David.
I'll be voting no on this resolution because I don't believe the virus is the boogeyman that it was made out to be, because I believe the lockdowns, the masks, the social distancing harms our people and community more than the actual virus ever will. And because when you suck at the public tit, you become addicted to it. It only fosters more of this stupidity, and I won't agree with it. I'll be voting no.
Any other further discussion? Discussion questions? Take a roll call vote. This is a budget amendment.
Go ahead. We have 26 yes, 3 no, 0 abstain, and 1 absent.
And resolution. I have voting no. I can see from here Supervisor David, Supervisor Brogler, and Supervisor Jekyll.
Thank you.
Okay. And the next resolution, Supervisor Jones.
Resolution number 2021-6, accepting grant funds from the Wisconsin Department of Health Services for COVID-19 vaccination outreach. The Wisconsin Department of Health Services awarded the Jefferson County Aging and Disability Resource Center grant funding in the amount of $12,711 to remove barriers to and promote acceptance of COVID-19 vaccinations. The goal of the funding is to provide vaccinations against COVID-19 to as many people as possible. Efforts will be focused towards vaccinating eligible individuals who are also homebound within the target population served by the Aging and Disability Resource Center. These grant funds will allow the Aging and Disability Resource Center staff to assist the eligible homebound individuals with registration and provisions of vaccination through home visits or transportation to vaccination sites. On May 6, 2021, the Finance Committee considered this resolution and recommended forward to the County Board to accept $12,711 in grant funding to provide vaccination against COVID-19 to homebound individuals. Fiscal note, these grant funds will be used to reimburse Jefferson County for vaccination-related expenses occurred from March 1, 2021 through August 31, 2021. This is a budget amendment. County Board approval requires a 2/3 votes of the entire membership of the County Board, 20 votes of the 30-member County Board. Mr. Chair, I move for passage of this resolution.
Second from Supervisor Schultz. Discussion? Questions? Discussions and questions? Supervisor David.
I'll be voting no on this. I consider the vaccine more dangerous than the common cold.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a roll call vote.
We have 28 yes, 1 no, 0 abstain, and 1 absent.
Which now takes us to item 13, Parks Committee. I believe Supervisor Christensen was filling in today. I'm reading.
Thank you. I have resolution number 2021-7. The Glacial River Trail is a 52-mile bike path and route system that links communities along the Rock River and the heart of the glacial heritage area of Dodge, Jefferson, and Rock counties. The trail is heavily used by the handicapped, walkers, cyclists, runners, and dog walkers of all ages during all seasons. A portion of the Glacial River Trail, approximately 500 feet south of Koshkonong Lake Road and south of Fort Atkinson, has been sinking since the expansion of the west side of State Highway 26 in 2014. In 2020, Jefferson County repaired the sinking area of the trail by placing a temporary crushed asphalt surface on this portion of the trail. Jefferson County is now seeking grant funds to aid with the costs of repairing the asphalt layer on this section of trail. This resolution authorizes the county administrator to apply for, and if awarded, to accept grant funds up to $2,500 for the purpose of repairing this section of the Glacial River Trail. The Parks Committee considered this resolution at its meeting on May 3rd, 2021, and recommends forwarding to the county board for approval. I will read just one whereas clause, and that is whereas this grant application is required to be accompanied by a resolution from the county board supporting this project. Fiscal note. If the county is awarded the stewardship grant as described above, the finance director is authorized to deposit these funds in the designated account for uses described in this resolution. This is a budget amendment. The county board approval requires a 2/3 vote of the entire membership of the county board, which is 20 votes of our 30-member county board. I move for adoption of this resolution.
Second.
Second from by Supervisor Johns. Questions, discussion? Roll call vote.
My screen's all black now.
Yay or nay? We'll do it by voice.
Yay.
Yay. So we'll mark Supervisor Lindell as a yay.
We have 29 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
Resolution 8. Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. I have resolution number 2021-8. Executive summary. The Jefferson County Parks Department is in the process of constructing a recreation trail for hiking, biking, cross-country skiing on utility right-of-way owned by We Energies. The proposed trail is 10.96 miles long and is located on the former interurban rail line between the city of Watertown and the city of Oconomowoc. The path cross-section will consist of a 10-foot wide asphalt surface and a 2-foot wide aggregate with 2-foot wide aggregate shoulders. An 8-inch stone base with 3.5-inch asphalt layer will be used. The project is located primarily in Jefferson County with 10 miles of trail and a portion in Waukesha County with 1 mile of trail. The city of Watertown and the city of Oconomowoc are the project boundaries. The Parks Committee considered this resolution at its meeting on May 3rd, 2021, and recommends forwarding to the county board for approval. Again, I'll read one whereas, which is whereas this grant application is required to be accompanied by a resolution from the county board supporting this project. Fiscal note. If the county is awarded the stewardship grant described above, the county will incorporate this project into the 2022 budget through the 2022 budget process. I move for adoption of this resolution.
Second.
I have a second. Okay. Further discussion? Questions? Do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lindell?
Yes.
How would you, okay. I gotcha. Okay, we have 27 yes, 2 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
You, Supervisor Christensen.
Yay. Resolution number 2021-9. The Jefferson County Parks Department is in the process of constructing a recreational trail for hiking, biking, and my apologies. This is the same executive summary as the previous one. I'll skip down to the whereas that I think we should be aware of. This grant application is required to be accompanied by a resolution from the county board supporting this project. Fiscal note. If the county is awarded the stewardship grant described above, the county will incorporate this project into the 2022 budget through the 2022 budget process. I move for adoption of this resolution.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Bernard. Just for your clarity, it's phase 1 and phase 2. That's because it's coming in 2 phases. It's not a different trail or anything else. Questions? Good. Roll call vote.
Okay.
Supervisor Lindell?
Yes.
We have 27 yes, 2 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
Thank you. Which takes us to proclamations, and that's referred by the county administrator. At this point, I think we're going to wait for Ben to come back to present that. So we'll go to appointments by the county board chair and confirmations thereof. So by virtue of the authority vested in me under section 5954, I hereby request a confirmation of the following appointments. Kathy Bonner, Lake Mills, to the Wisconsin River Rail Transit Commission to fill an unexpired term ending April 30th, 2022. And Carl Zarling, Watertown, Wisconsin, to Wisconsin River Rail Transit Commission as an alternate for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2024. And Carl Zarling to the Economic Development Consortium for a 3-year term ending in April 30th, 2024. D, Carl Zarling, Watertown, Wisconsin, the Home Consortium Board for an intermediate term, or indeterminate term. And E, Matt Zangle, Paul Hobley, Rick Thomas, and Tracy Newhauser to the Local Emergency Planning Commission for indeterminate terms. There is one question on the last one where our board rules at this point say 13 members. This puts 14 members on that committee, so we can make one of them ex officio, and executive committee will take up a discussion on, because some of these members are required to be on there by law. So we'll have to, executive committee will have to discuss whether we need to make a board rule change to accommodate this. But to accommodate it right now, one member will be basically as an ex officio. Any questions on these? I move for the excuse me. I move for the acceptance of these appointments.
Second.
Second by Mr. Paulson. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? They are appointed. I'm going to ask Supervisor Brogler, he hasn't talked much tonight, so I would like him to read this proclamation for it, please. Proclamation 2021. I'm getting wore out.
Good evening, all. Proclamation number 2021-3, proclaiming the week of May 2nd, 2021 as Public Service Recognition Week in Jefferson County. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and local government level, these unsung heroes do the work that keep our nation working. Their tireless efforts are especially critical today during the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas public employees do not only take jobs but oaths, and whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, healthcare professionals, and others, risk their lives each day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas day in and out, public servants provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now therefore be it resolved by the Jefferson County Board of Supervisors that the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 is hereby designated as Public Service Recognition Week, and all citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels. Fiscal note, adoption of this proclamation will have no fiscal impact on the county budget. I wholeheartedly move for passage.
There's a second.
Second.
Further, any discussion, questions? We'll just do a voice on this one. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nobody will admit it. Excellent. Passes. Any public comment of a general nature? Any public comment of a general nature of things that were not on the agenda tonight? Supervisor Schultz.
Yes, very quickly, I want to point out to everybody an obituary of, well, she's my cousin by marriage, but Ella Reinl was a long-term employee of the sheriff's department. Also, the wife of Sheriff Roger Reinl, and she served one term as sheriff herself. And so it was the only female sheriff we've ever had in this county. I suspect we're one of the few counties in the whole state that can say we've had a female sheriff. But Ella Reinl died at age 99. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dick. Okay. I will turn the floor here right now to Mr. Waymeyer.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the amendment related to emergency services, fire, emergency medical. So we came back with some compromise language, we'll say, or at least the intent. We don't have exact language. So part of the concern when we talk about the plan being made public, some of these things are covered from a security standpoint that cannot be released related to utility from the federal level. And so part of it is, can we define better of the intent of the needs of that? And we already have identified within this amendment, those 3 items they've been agreed to, those evacuation plan, notification process, telephone numbers, and the efforts with the fire department. So we thought about, do we require that there would be a town hall meeting when these items are developed, that all neighbors will be briefed and an opportunity for question and answer period to take place. It's in essence what the concept would be. So the intent would be is that plans and these specific items are developed and finalized both by We Energies and the local authorities. A town hall meeting will be hosted that all neighbors would be invited to attend, and they will be briefed about and opportunities for questions and answers, if that's an acceptable compromise to that language. And then the other one is We has not changed their opinion related to the reimbursement. A couple items brought forward is looking at the additional people added in here. They believe other folks who may be considered that same classification may be eligible for reimbursement beyond these. The other is this is from their viewpoint, so I'm kind of speaking for them right now from our conversation, is in their experience, this has not been done with the PSC before. And so the original people who have been included in here, they're not sure if the PSC will bless off of this as being a ratepayer inclusion with this project. So I'm giving the explanation they gave me, but at the end of the day, their position that they told you all in the public meeting was that they're not in a position to move forward beyond what they have indicated so far.
So in a manner to, if we should vote on the actual resolution accepting the JDA. Yes. Yes. We'll have to have a motion to take it off the table to discuss, but the question is, what is the specific wording that we would have to add in there?
Related to which part, Mr. Chair, related to the kind of compromise language?
Yeah, that was the only other, because the other one's been rejected.
So if the board approves of the concept I just briefed, if you look at the authorizing resolution and the final be it farther resolved that the county administrator is authorized to make changes to this agreement that do not materially affect the terms and conditions stated therein and report such changes to the executive committee, that you provide or say contingent upon final language being reported to the executive committee, we can move forward. Just so we can finalize and negotiate that fine details of that, what that language might include. But the concept is those specific items that have been talked about included in the meeting, in the agreement. There officially would be a required town hall meeting that we would host for an opportunity to provide this information to those who live or members of the public interested in that information be disseminated.
I'll move to take it off the table.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second removed from the table. Does everybody understand what Ben was talking about here? Is there any questions there? So.
I have a
Supervisor Renard.
Is the object then that the specific language will come back to the executive committee for approval? For example, when this meeting might be held and that kind of thing? Just a little bit more specifics in the final language? And then what happens?
So right now, the proposed amendment does not include a timeline of when this would take place. I mean, what was presented to the board tonight. And so we were following that in terms of that we would have a town hall meeting. And it can be prior to construction would be reasonable. I'm looking at, who are putting together prior to start of construction, not pre-construction meeting, but prior to construction, commencement of construction, prior to operations.
That would mean after construction is completed and before the actual commencement of the operation.
Yes.
Although the plan will be in the hands of the county prior to the start of construction, according to the original document. Then it would be subject to the open records law, as Blair has explained.
With those areas that have those other security requirements probably redacted along with proprietary information.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody's looking for the, the passcode to the control room or anything like that. It's just emergency response layout and plan and what people can expect and what people are expected to do. So something still requested under the open records?
Any further discussion? Supervisor White?
I will.
I'd reiterate my earlier point that if this is something that we as a county board can do at any time, even if it's not in the agreement, if that's the only thing that's being discussed here, we approve the agreement as presented without amendments, but we as a board then can later finalize the details of what this town hall will look like, when it will be held, and what will be discussed. If it's not something that actually needs to go into the contract for us to be able to still have. This is my suggestion.
Anything else? Any other further discussion? The resolution then is up for a vote here. Any further discussion? Resolution 2021.
Is it just to send? Is the the proper motion then at this point to send this amendment back to the executive committee for further refinement of the language?
No.
Okay. And then what is the motion?
That's what I'm asking. What is I don't know what the amendment is.
I'm trying to make one, but you don't want.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Is the real motion to take it off the table first?
We have.
And vote on it.
We had a vote, take it off the table. We had a second. We didn't vote on that one yet? I thought we did. Okay. All in favor of taking it off the table for further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now, to approve this resolution, we're waiting for some amendment wording here, or assurances how, I can't ask you to vote on something that I don't have right at this moment.
Exactly.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is Blair. Right now, there's two amendments that have been approved by the county board, amendment number 3 and amendment number 2. And right now, that's where we are right now. If we're gonna not move forward with those amendments, there needs to be action by the county board changing what the language is. I know Ben explained amendment number 3 regarding the plan being made public, having a town hall meeting, slightly different language than what's stated in the amendment. I mean, is it something that the county board would consider allowing or creating an amendment that would allow the county administrator to enter into an agreement with We Energies to give effect to what he just explained? That's what the resolution allows the county administrator to do. It uses language as long as the county administrator doesn't make any material or substantive changes to the joint development agreement, then he will have the authority to make those changes. And that's the same language that the town of Exonia's resolution as well, giving their attorney to make non-substantive changes to the joint development agreement if the attorney deems it appropriate. So I think it would be appropriate to have some discussion on that. If the county board is comfortable with the way Ben explained what he was looking at regarding the plan, the emergency plan being addressed in the future, then that's something that the county board could give them the authority to do.
Mr. Chair, with this all being said, I would like to make a motion to call the original question on the JDA as an up or down vote without the amendments. We've already kind of heard from Corporation Council and that could fit in the side language or whatever. So I would like to call the question.
Second.
Discussion. No, there's not debatable, excuse me. No, not debatable. It takes a 2/3 vote. Then this would be previous question.
Mr. Chair, for a point of order on this, this effectively basically stops the debate. Now, this is just a motion to stop the debate. Does not mean if you vote in favor of this, that you're voting in favor of the JDA at this point in time. It's just, you're by 2/3 vote, you're agreeing that we're going to call the question by 2/3 vote, which effectively stops the debate. Is that correct with how that's kind of done?
Okay.
Then you will vote on the question if this is successful with 2/3 vote of the original question without the amendments, because that was the motion.
Need 20. Be 20 because we don't have any partial folks here.
Mr. Chair? If we do that, are all three amendments dead?
Yes.
We're back to the original, right, we're back where we started from.
Can you just, if you heard the question, if Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I took over, I apologize.
Although I do feel, my personal feeling, I do feel the resolution does still give Mr. Waymeyer some latitude here.
I agree, but the Exonia folks would probably like a little more definite, I would think.
Okay, we ready? Not yet. Okay. We ready to vote?
I was just asking a question.
Still working on it.
It's not a big part.
Okay, you can go ahead and vote.
I don't know what to call the question. We don't like.
I'm not sure myself.
I'm not sure.
Supervisor Lindell?
Yes.
We have 17 yes, 11 no, 1 abstain, 1 absent.
Okay, we're back to original resolution. So entering in the joint development agreement with Wisconsin Gas LLC and the town of Exonia for the,
We just did that.
excuse me. Oh, it went in 2/3. Yes, motion fails. My mistake. Supervisor Christensen, go back to
Thank you, Mr.
discussion.
Chairman. I'll make a motion to delete Amendment 2 from consideration at this point, to revisit number 2 and delete it from consideration.
Have a second to that.
Could you define amendment 2, please?
Amendment 2 is the one on the white sheet. That was, second, the vegetative buffer that's already been rejected. And who was the second? Second was Supervisor Paulson. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Can you clarify the amendment, please?
Amendment is white amendment here on the vegetative buffers and Gopher Hill Road between North Road and 1,500 feet west of North Road, the northeast corner of North Road and Gopher Road.
No, that part of okay. Is it? He's just.
What do you ask?
He's just deleting. That's.
This, yes, we're just.
Okay.
We're just not discussing this anymore because it's been rejected by the other parties.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And we got to second that. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, we'll have a roll call.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify what we're voting on?
We are voting on the rejecting the amendment number 2 on the vegetative buffer, which has already been rejected by the other parties. So that won't be included with the part of the resolution. So that it will not be included with the resolution.
Okay, so a yes vote is it will not be included with the resolution.
Correct.
Okay.
Is this a simple majority?
This is simple majority, yes.
Oh, it says we're in the Wisconsin DNR stewardship.
I don't think we have the right resolution on here.
Oh, it does say DNR stewardship.
Hey. I have no goofy. I've seen this one before. Rule amendment number 2. No, I will.
Yes.
Supervisor Lindell,
Yes.
Supervisor Roberts,
Yes, I voted.
Didn't show up.
That's by majority vote.
$22 yes, 7 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
And the last question I have then, which was Supervisor Paulson.
I would make the motion to remove amendment number 3.
Second.
A second? Questions? Discussion? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. It's for removal of amendment number 3 from the resolution.
Supervisor Christensen.
Yes, Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you. So the gist of amendment number 3, I think a lot of people agree with it. Is there a way to enforce, is there a process to make sure that the executive committee and the administrator somehow include the gist of what we're talking about with number 3? If we remove it, we've lost any power at that point. We don't have another resolution to act on.
The point, the only thing I can say at this point, Supervisor Christian, is that the resolution, when we get to it, says that the county administrator is authorized to make changes to this agreement to not materially affect the terms, conditions stated herein, and report such changes to the executive committee. That's the last line on there. I would assume that, yes.
That we could have good faith and that
Yes.
would work out.
Administrator Waymire would like to comment as well.
If you want to ensure it's memorialized for future, as this is not going to be a project done overnight, you could add to the main resolution, the authorizing resolution, something to the effect is, be it further resolved, the county administrator is hereby required to coordinate a town hall emergency notification, something along those lines. So if you want it on a good faith effort that you don't feel that might not be done, that's a way that you can memorialize it in that authorizing legislation and add a phrase within there outside the contract.
And that would happen after this motion that's on the floor.
When we actually get to the resolution.
Thank you.
What is this?
Supervisor Lindell, 20 yes, 9 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
All right. Now, this takes us to the actual resolution. It's been moved. It's on.
I will make a motion to the resolution, adding the wordage that Mr. Administrator Waymire just mentioned a few minutes ago.
Would be the town hall meeting. Where would we insert that? Be it further resolved that the county administrator is authorized to make changes to this agreement that not materially affect the terms and conditions stated herein, and report such changes to the executive committee, and that a town hall meeting will be held to discuss this. Or
Further up, must be a whereas. You would put it in the whereas section.
where would you like to insert this, Mr. Christensen?
I think it could be in a whereas clause, and it could state, whereas the county administrator, well, we've already got what Dick Jones said, but whereas the county administrator will develop a plan for releasing to the public the fire and safety emergency plan and hold a public meeting for that purpose, a town hall meeting for that purpose. Does that sound right, Dick?
That sounds, yes.
Except we won't make it a whereas, we'll make it a be it further resolved. We'll make it the last be it further resolved using that same language. That'll be a directive to the county administrator by the county board.
What he said.
Amen.
Get it all down here, but. All right. Vote on the amendment to the resolution. Is for any further discussion on this amendment to the resolution? All right, we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment.
I'm glad I remembered to recharge this.
This in my car. So I'm really happy with me. Lost this marriage license. Gotta go pick up.
Supervisor Lindell,
Yes.
29 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
All right, now we'll come back to the resolution. Again, It's on the table. A motion's been made and it's been seconded. Any further discussion? Supervisor Lund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you good.
Thank you. I'm going to vote no on this joint development agreement, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Here's why. The proposed site is in close proximity to many homes, senior living facilities, and an elementary school. There is heavy opposition to this proposed LNG facility among residents of Ixonia living in close proximity to the proposed site. Those who would be most affected by this proposed facility, many of whom have written in great detail to all the county supervisors to express and explain their opposition. This proposed facility poses a risk of flooding to the surrounding land via water runoff, as well as to the surrounding wetlands, and a risk of pollution. No environmental impact study has been conducted for this project. Surrounding property values and property tax revenue, as well as the variability to sell at all, would be negatively impacted by this proposed facility. This proposed facility would be a potential target for terrorism, which could potentially be accomplished via cyber attacks, as evidenced by the recent pipeline cyber attack. And no independent expert study of worst-case scenarios has been conducted for this project. There was a time when natural gas was properly considered to be a bridge fuel until renewable, sustainable energy sources and storage became feasible and market competitive, but that time has passed. This project has too many external costs, and the true spectrum of costs and danger to the residents of Ixonia outweighs the value. Dozens of U.S. cities have banned natural gas hookups in new construction. Natural gas cannot be made renewable and sustainable. It cannot be made green. The bottom line for me is that we are in the midst of a climate crisis that is an existential threat. We must start reducing the amount of fossil fuels that we burn and actively begin transitioning to renewable, sustainable energy sources on a large scale now. Our future and that of our children and grandchildren is at stake. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Supervisor Smith.
I had a question for the representative from We Energies, that as I looked into this, according to the Energy Information Association.gov, they said the 5-year average in October for this country is to have 3.7 trillion cubic feet of gas in storage. The 5-year average for March is to have 1.8 trillion cubic feet. So we currently are only using literally just quite half of what is in storage. I'm wondering what, with our existing pipelines, how long until the demand exceeds our supply? You know, why is this even needed? You know, we hear it's for our future and all that, but what year are we actually not going to have enough gas?
Anybody want to answer that?
We are anticipating a shortfall in the winter of 2023 if we have cold weather. We only have so many pipelines coming into the state. We're on the end of the line for a few pipelines.
Yep.
Any other questions, discussion? Other questions, discussion? Supervisor Renard.
So I'm going to ask you all to vote no on this joint development agreement and the resolution. This facility is going to be there for 100 years, and we only get one chance to get this right. You see how hard this negotiation has been. I tried to make a valiant effort to do a few last-ditch tweaks to the development agreement that I thought might make it a little bit better. And those have all been either rejected outright or approved and then rejected. So on the whole, this agreement is just not good enough. It does not provide enough adequate public information, transparency, and notification. It does not deal at all with compensation for lost property tax or property values, which you've heard people talk about. That was a complete no-starter. The decommissioning process is not, that language is not adequate because it puts the entire initiation of this process in the hands of the utility, which has no incentive to decommission this facility because it'll take millions of dollars to dismantle it. So this thing is going to be there for 1,000 years. Your grandchildren's great-grandchildren are going to buzz around it in their flying cars, and it'll still be there, and they'll wonder, what was that? So I'm asking that we just take a look at this and use our leverage to get a better agreement. You know, the joint development agreement is a condition of the conditional use permit. The conditional use permit is required for the Public Service Commission to approve this project. We have real leverage here, and I think we haven't used it to get the best deal we can possibly get for the health, safety, welfare, and prosperity of the residents of Ixonia and the people of Jefferson County. That's our job here, not to get money, not to get revenue for the county. So the process has really resulted in We Energies negotiating the conditions of their own conditional use permit. When I was on zoning, that's not the way we used to do it. We would impose the conditions of the conditional use permit, not let the applicant negotiate it. So I'm just asking that we take another look at this, make this agreement the best it can possibly be. And really, there's no rush to do this tonight. If it goes back for further negotiations, the conditional use permit, as you all saw Blair's email, is on hold. It's suspended because it has been appealed to the Board of Adjustment. That decision may not come this month. I don't think it will. It's probably going to be not until June. So the Public Service Commission is not going to make a decision on this until probably September. They're not even going to hold a public hearing on it until July. So don't buy into this phony sense of urgency. Like I said, we have only one chance to get this right for future generations. Just please take another look at this agreement and let's try to make it a better document for everybody.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Schultz?
This has probably been as tough an issue as I've faced in almost 12 years on this board. And I totally understand the arguments that I'm seeing. And I've thought about, would I want this in my backyard? And that's something I think that's worthwhile discussing. But when we say take another look at this, we have taken another look and another look and another look and another look and another look. And this has been dragging on. For me, the other thing I think that's important is wherever they go, they're going to go through this same thing. You know, wherever they go, these same issues are going to exist. When I think my mind changed somewhat when you read about what happened in Texas and the catastrophe that came upon them with the lack of energy, and part of that is local governments failing to look forward. And this is Wisconsin. We don't have Texas winters. We have Wisconsin winters, in case you haven't noticed. And so it's not an easy decision, and I understand the arguments I'm hearing, but at some point we do have to look to the future. We do have to look to the future, and I've supported clean energy and will continue to, but I also have to support reality, and I think we have to, as a board, do that. I'm going to support this reluctantly, but I do think we need to do it.
Supervisor Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to read the part of the agreement about under assurances, which is number 6. And if you go down to that bottom of that page, which has 2 numbers at the bottom, 9 and 12, it's B1, assurances in support of decommissioning. And there's like 6 lines. The project has been designed for an anticipated useful life of 30 to 50 years. If the PSCW determines that the project is no longer used or useful, the utility shall work with the local government in decommissioning the project. The utility shall commence the decommissioning process within 12 months after the PSCW determines that the project is no longer used or useful. I don't know, it seems fairly specific.
Some more hands over. Supervisor Winnicky.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. I was absolutely committed not to saying a word tonight. And I made it till almost 11 o'clock, but I do sit on executive. I'm, I guess, a privilege and a curse lately. And we have taken a look at this. And there was a meeting that went on almost as long as this one, where we went line by line through it and came up with every suggestion that we could think of at that time, all to make a better document. But you know, when I was kind of a young man, I was involved in union negotiations. And what this is, earlier it was said it was a contract. Well, it is a contract. It's also kind of a mediation. And what's really important in mediation is to have some honor and faith. And I'm just telling you, you cannot keep going back to the well and negotiating with people who are not our enemies. You know, there have been some things about We Energy said tonight I don't agree with. They heat my home and they cool my home, so they're kind of my friend, I guess. They could bill me a little less. But if we're going to have a deal, we can't send our county administrator and we can't send our corp counsel in again and again and have them go, well, okay, if we move a little bit more, do we have a deal? Yeah, I think we have a deal. But we never have a deal because we just keep coming around and around here, back and forth. And we can send it back to the executive committee again. And in a month, we can have another long, long meeting. And then there'll be something else that seems pretty reasonable. But I think it's the point where we have as good an agreement as we're going to get. It's not the only thing protecting us. At some point here, it seems to have been thought, I think, that, well, we control whether or not Exonia has this facility. No, you know, Public Service Commission's going to determine that. At some point, it sort of seems, well, if we don't put it in, there's not going to be any protections. But that's not true either, because they have to meet all the federal protections and all the state laws. They have to meet everything. This is just an agreement. It codifies the best deal that 3 partners who have a little bit different interest can agree with. And there's a chance there's actually no requirement that there be a joint development agreement. There's a chance that one of these other partners will go, you know, we've had it. We don't want to wait anymore. We don't want to give anymore. So for my sake, I'm going to vote for this agreement. And I ask the rest of you to do so as well. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
To use Texas as an example, they haven't had a winter like this in 28 years, and the plants were not winterized. So to think that it was a supply issue or something, it was just willfully ill-prepared. Now, my question, it says they have a $5 million insurance policy. I can buy that for $6,000. At the point there's a catastrophic loss, what is the estimated amount of damage? And if you have $50 million worth of damage and $5 million worth of insurance, who's going to pay it, and what's actually going to happen?
And did you have your hand up, Supervisor Payne?
Oh, yes, thank you. I've been following this JDA since the very beginning. I've made numerous comments in writing to the executive committee, and we have gone a long way with this. And many of my comments were incorporated, and I appreciate that. But there are many that have not been, including tonight with even just the putting vegetation, giving more neighbors $5,000 for trees. We're talking about $50,000 over what, $200 million project? It's pocket change. It's a penny on the ground, relatively speaking. And I don't think that this is in good faith on We Energies. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to ask for certain things for our citizens. That is just something that's very small. Something that is way bigger is their safety. It still does not address, the JDA does not address adequately the safety of our citizens. It is our job to protect them. It's not our job to get money. It's not our job to say, well, this is the best we can do. It's not. It is to protect our citizens. And this JDA does not come close to protecting them. So I will be voting no for this, on this, until we can adequately protect our citizens, and just add some other items in here that just gives the community that's surrounding the area a little bit of something. They are going to lose their property value. It's going to impact their quality of life. This is not what they expected when they moved to Ixonia. And this might affect the entire county, as we have people leaving our county because they don't want to be surrounded by this. This might impact people in other areas thinking, why should I live in Jefferson County? They're doing nothing to protect us. They're doing nothing that's in our best interest. So we really need to think hard about this before we vote yes on this JDA. It is something that we can still go back and negotiate further. There still is time. There's always time to do this. And without this JDA, they don't have a conditional use permit. We cannot say, well, We Energies or the town are going to throw their hands up and say, forget it, we're not going to have a JDA. That is not true. It is in the conditional use permit that they have to have a JDA, and they have to have a conditional use permit to construct this facility and get a permit from the PSC. So please think about that before you vote. Thank you.
A hand up. Supervisor Nealon.
Sorry, I'm also on the executive committee, so I've been through this back and forth now for months and months, and I do have to say that we have to look at this from We Energies' point of view a little bit as well. There are an awful lot of things that we can all put in a wish list and ask for, but it is just not something that they can give. They're going to be setting a precedent for every single project in the future that is just not feasible for them. I do think that they have acted in good faith and given and worked towards us as much as they possibly can within the boundaries of what they can do. So I will be voting for this because of those reasons.
Supervisor Smith.
My question was never answered. They have $5 million worth of insurance. There's a catastrophic loss. It far exceeds $5 million. Are we just going to have a big mess on our hands that somehow we're going to have to pay for? Who's going to pay for it? Where's the money going to come from? They're clearly underinsured. Do we just say, oh, sorry, we couldn't come up with a better deal. We couldn't make a requirement of having 50 million, or at least have a study done to see what the damage might be so that people are protected. We still will probably kill a bunch of people, but at the same point, at least we have something other than $5 million.
Anybody from We Energies want to address that?
$5 million is a joke. I can buy it for $6,000 a year. I have $2 million worth of liability, and I can go to $5 million for $2,500. And my insurance includes 2 vehicles for $3,000. So, $5,000 or $5 million worth of liability insurance is absolutely nothing when you consider what this mess is going to be when there's a catastrophic loss.
So the total value of our company is over $8 billion. And we have insurance that covers, we have power plants that are worth a lot more than this facility, and we have coverage to clean up those facilities. The PSC has the authority and would never let a project sit if something were to happen. We would be ordered to clean it up, and they would oversee that.
Well, what is the damage that could occur? Why wouldn't you have at least that much liability insurance? To claim we're worth $8 billion and we'll pay for the mess, all of a sudden you're in court. It's like in California, because of the power companies not taking care of their power lines, they burnt a city down. Did they come back? They filed bankruptcy.
But I think you're comparing Wisconsin state law with California state law. The utility laws are very different and they vary state to state. I could go on for an hour about what California had going on that's very different from what's allowed here.
Well, for $5 million, I can't.
But you're speaking to this JDA. You're not speaking to the company as a whole and the coverage that we have.
Well, and I apologize. This is Kate Phillips. And honestly, there's a provision in the JDA, an insurance provision, and then there's an indemnification provision. So we would indemnify the community if something were to happen, just like any other kind of agreement. So there's an indemnification provision in here. You can see it. It's on page 16. And then right after that is an insurance provision. So they're both included in the JDA.
What kind of estimate on loss of life do they expect if in a worst case scenario here?
Right. It's in the indemnification provision.
That didn't answer my question. How many people are they expected to kill in a worst case scenario?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a fair question.
We've been through 9/11. We've been through Oklahoma City. Yeah, you can walk away, but here you want me to make a commitment to possibly kill people 30 years after I'm dead.
We're out of order here now. We're out of order. We're out of order. We're not going to getting into a verbal battle here. Supervisor Brager, you had a question?
No, I have a comment. I have a lot of them, but I'm going to restrain. I did a lot of research on this. I searched out the last 22 years since 2000, accidents, loss of life, all of these things. And the closer you get to 2021, the numbers get smaller and smaller. And the total number of people that have lost life due to liquefied natural gas is less than all of the changes that have been offered up in the last 9 months. And one of those was one accident, and as best I can tell, except for 2 teenagers who were somewhere they weren't supposed to be, all of the loss of life was a worker. No community, none of that. I grew up in coal country. I mean, coal mines, deep mines, strip mines, slag piles, the whole 9 yards. Some of the prettiest country right now in my home county is the land recovered after they stripped it. It's beautiful. You will be hard pressed to find any remote left of anything to deal with the coal mines. And 100 years ago, that was the big political mess, was dealing with the coal mines. So I'm urging the people, let's get the best that we can. Mr. Winnicke's statement about if this is negotiation, we've been negotiating for months and months and months. And it's true, we can negotiate and we can negotiate, and eventually you just can't anymore. So I'm urging, let's vote.
And just for a reminder to everybody, Supervisor Braga has been on the executive committee with us and through these negotiations as well. Anybody else? Anybody else? Roll call vote. We set up? This is to approve the resolution with, as amended with earlier.
Supervisor Lindell,
Yes.
we have 19 yes, 10 no, 0 abstain, 1 absent.
And it by majority vote. Oh, I gotta find my agenda amongst all this paperwork up here. We are to announcements. Just a reminder, June 8th, 2021, we have County Board orientation at 5:45. We did this because we didn't have orientation after our last election because of COVID. So we'd like, and now Mr. Zarling will be able to step right in, get his orientation. And the other thing is, Administrator, we aren't done yet. Administrator Waymeyer has a few things he'd like to discuss with you at this point as well.
Yeah, but actually, like Corporation Council addressing it. It is important for the board members, but it's about being talked about for the interests of the county. So, Mr. Ward.
At the last county board meeting, I talked to you about the conditional use permit that was granted by the Planning and Zoning Committee to We Energies to construct the liquefied natural gas facility. I also talked about the fact that that permit was being appealed to the Board of Adjustment. And currently, our next hearing in front of the Board of Adjustment is May 27th. A few days ago, I got a call from the attorney who was representing the citizens opposing the conditional use permit for We Energies. And she indicated that she would be interested or may be interested in contacting some Jefferson County Board supervisors in preparation for her case on May 27th. So I wanted to make sure that county board supervisors were aware that they may be contacted by this attorney, and also request that if you are contacted by her, if you could let me know, give me a phone call or email, I'd appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
And Mr. Ward, could you also explain about having contact with members of the Board of Adjustment?
Yes, that'd be the same as a party having contact with a judge during a case. It's prohibited. And I did follow up at County Administrator Waymeyer's request with the legal counsel for the Board of Adjustment, just to make sure that the board was aware that they were not supposed to talk to anybody about this case, not even each other. pending a decision being made. So I wouldn't expect any citizens or anyone to contact the Board of Adjustment, but if that would happen, then I would expect the Board of Adjustment to decline to discuss anything about the case with the member of the public who would be contacting them. But that same prohibition does not apply to the County Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Move for adjournment? So moved. Do I have a second?
Oh, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Last month, we said we were going to go out after this. Get you a court.
Have a good night, everybody.